to order of November 7, 2023. May I have a motion to excuse Board Vice President Mrs. Say due to personal reasons?
Motion to excuse Mrs. Say.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Roll call, please, Danielle.
President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Vice President Mrs. Say, absent. Clerk Mr. Nishi,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Noyola,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Present. Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Report out on closed session items. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Evaluation, one matter. Conference with Labor Negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Conference with Real Property Negotiator, one matter. Existing litigation, Special Education Settlement Agreement, OAH 2023-090780. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel. Student discipline, deliberation on one student expulsion matter pursuant to 48900B. Clerk Nishii, are there any public comments?
I do not see any.
May I have a motion to move to closed session?
Motion by Noyola.
Eugenio, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We'll be back at 7. back in open session. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to open session.
Seconded by Noyola.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. For those of you in the audience, welcome, and please silence your cell phones. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed the following items: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter; conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA; conference with real property negotiator, one matter; existing litigation. In closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $24,500, attorney fees in the amount of $8,500, and 200 hours of reading intervention in the amount of $16,000 for OAH 2023-090780 by a vote of 6-0. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation, one matter. And finally, also, may I have a motion and a second based upon the board's review and closed session of the findings of facts and recommendations submitted by the administrative hearing panel. The board accepts the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel to expel student expulsion number 2324-1 based on violation of Education Code Section 48900. The board adopts the plan of rehabilitation recommended by the panel. Upon verification of residency, the board sets the regular meeting of November 2024 as the date on which the board will review the student for readmission. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to accept Eugenio.
Seconded by Noyola.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Pledge of Allegiance. We have a special school here today. I'd like to call on Palms Elementary. Please come on in.
Good evening, Board President Beach, Vice President Mrs. Say, Clerk Mr. Nishi, Honorable Board, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Superintendent's Cabinet, and community members. My name is Elliot. I am a 5th grade student at Palms Accelerated Learning Academy. I am here tonight with my student council advisor, Mrs. Carrera, our assistant principal, Miss Harris, and our principal, Dr. Smart. Tonight, Palms will lead you in our flag salute and Peace Builders Pledge.
Good evening. Our names are Elisa,
Audrey, and Ryan.
and we are in 5th grade. We are student council representative at Palms Accelerated Learning Academy. We will lead the flag salute, Palms Pledge, and the Peace Builders Pledge. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the Palms Pledge and the Peace Builders Pledge. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now for the Palms Pledge. Ready, begin. Today has been given to me fresh and new. I can learn from it or throw it away. I will choose to do my best in thoughts, words, and actions. Today I will be a star. I will stop, think, and act safely, respectfully, and responsibly. And finally, for the Peace Builders Pledge. Ready, begin. I am a peace builder. I pledge to praise people, to give up put-downs, to seek wise people, to notice and speak up about hurts I have caused, to right wrongs, to help others. I will build peace at home, at school, and in my community each day. We wanted to thank you for the opportunity to share some of the reasons that makes Palms Accelerated Learning Academy such a great school. Palms is proud to be the first school in the district to become an AVID school. AVID is implemented in every grade from TK to 6. During the month of September, Palms celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month, and students were treated to the folklorico performance by the Pacific Dance Company. October was a busy month. We had our yearly pumpkin decorating contest, a Halloween parade, and our very first trunk or treat. We had over 1,100 attendees. It was amazing. This past Friday, our students celebrated Native American Heritage Month with a presentation of Native American stories and songs. During our weekly spirit assembly, currently our 6th grade scholars are out at outdoor science school. And before they left, they wanted us to let you know that they are looking forward to all of the activities they will be participating in, especially ziplining. I hope that gives you an insight of all of the wonderful things that we are having happening at Palms Elementary School. Go Pumas!
All right, I'll bring it back to the board if you have any comments. Dr. Rios.
Well, thank you, Palm students and staff. Can we have the principal come up and tell us something? I know that for most of us, how's your year going? Please let us know. Yeah, how is it going for you?
Good evening. It's a fabulous year. We're having a great start to an amazing year. The students are engaged, the parents are back on campus with us, and we're proud to be here representing Palms.
Thank you, and thank you, students, for being here.
Thank you.
Board Member Noyola.
I just wanted to thank the students at Palms for the wonderful gift. I will be using this every day that I can. And I also wanted to thank Dr. Smart for inviting me to all her cultural events on campus. They're wonderful, and go Pumas.
Clerk Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, this is one of those great little gems in our community where parents, long after they've had their kids graduate, they'll have grandparents still help out with that school, and you'll see them put things up at Red Ribbon Week and all these things. And, you know, we can learn a lot from this school. Peace, love, Palms. I think we can, all as adults can learn a lot. So thank you for having your influence on us. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank you, Pumas, for being here tonight. Wonderful presentation, and I hope everybody has their homework done. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. All right. If there's any parents from Palms here in the audience, please stand and be recognized. Having such great students. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to presentations. Native American History Month. Mr. Blaine Watson.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're getting good afternoon, good evening, good evening. All right. I think we need to, oh, here we go, screen's coming down for us. I have some handouts for the board, as a matter of fact. Let me pass this out quickly to you all. Go. All right, good afternoon, good evening once again, members of the board, Board Member Noyola, you, Dr. Eugenio, President Beach, Dr. Zitlo, Clerk Nishi, and Dr. Rios. Thank you so much, and thank you, community, for the opportunity to present on Native American Heritage Month. I have the distinct pleasure and the honor to talk about the recognition of November as Native American Heritage Month. Here we go. All right, so it's important for us to understand that the U.S. Department of Interior and Indian Affairs theme for the year 2023 is celebrating tribal sovereignty and identity. So tribal sovereignty ensures that any decision with tribes or about tribes with regard to their property and citizens are made with their participation and consent. And the U.S. Department of the Interior has made it their moral and legal obligation to focus on the integrity and the highest responsibility and trust toward Indian tribes in the United States of America. It's also important that the U.S. Department of Interior recognizes that they acknowledge the impact of relocation, forced assimilation, and lack of critical funding has the impact on the indigenous communities across the United States. So, history of Native American Heritage Month. Native American Heritage Month, November, is recognized to celebrate the traditions, languages, and stories of Native America, Alaskan Natives, Native Hawaiians, and affiliated island communities to ensure their rich histories and contributions to the United States. This observation began in 1990 after President George Bush approved a joint resolution with Congress designating November as National Native American Heritage Month. Oops. All right, so some facts about Native American Heritage Month. In 1916, New York became the very first state to declare American Indian Day. There were several states that followed New York after 1916, but we're just going to talk about New York. And then 1976, President Gerald Ford proclaimed October 10th through the 16th as Native American Awareness Week. And then in 1986, Congress passed a resolution designating November 23rd through the 30th as American Indian Week. And most recently, in 1990, like I mentioned before, President Bush signed November as Native American history into law. And then there was an amendment in 2008 that also included the contributions of Alaskan Natives. Okay? But today we have the unique privilege and opportunity to recognize our local Native Americans. And so the San Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, and it was really interesting to do this research. In 1994, the Gabrielino, or the Tongva Band of Mission Indians, was recognized by the state of California. They spoke a Uto-Aztecan family or language, right? It's a family of languages. In my research, I learned that spans all the way from California all the way down to Panama and Central America. So very similar dialects all the way throughout Mesoamerica and in Central America. That was fascinating to learn. They inhabited Southern California coast, the lowlands of Southern California, and the islands off the coast of California. You'll see in a map in just a few seconds. And then later on, Spanish colonizers named the group after the Spanish mission San Gabriel Archangel or Arcangel. And then cultural and historic sites are located in and around LA County and Orange counties. Specifically, looking at this geographic representation, we'll notice that, again, the lowlands being all the way down close to where we are, and then up into the mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains and San Bernardino, and then all the way off the coast, we see where the Tongva or the San Gabrielino villages were. And so we're sitting now on native land. This is an image of the San Gabrielino Mission of Indians. This is a recent picture, I think about 10 years ago. And this group is working to ensure that the cultures and languages and customs of this group are not lost. So we want to take about 3-4 minutes here to share a video. About 10 years ago, there were artifacts, but also relics of these peoples here found in Hawaiian Gardens. And so right behind Fedi Middle School, if you've had a chance to look, there is a trail, they call it the San Gabrielino Mission Trail, where they have different representations of the culture and sites where these relics were found. So I want to take just a couple of minutes to give us an opportunity to share what was found and how these people feel about these artifacts and their memories on our land. I don't know how to push play here. There we go. Thank you.
The grand opening of the Fedi Sports Complex included a special ceremony excavation, we discovered Gabrielino ancestral remains. And we got in contact with the Gabrielino tribe, and they took custody of the remains.
They pulled out some human remains, and they put them out and took them. They have them right now in the ground, but some of them, they're out of the ground, which will be buried in the future in this area here.
And there were some tantalizing clues that this was a village site. Gabrielino village is very often located near water, and there's a water course right there, and the San Gabriel River is right down the street.
We are the genealogy certified group of Gabrielino. Very proud of that. And when he had us come out and basically went over, what was found and stuff. So, to us that means a lot. It shows dignity and respect.
We made an agreement with the school here to actually dig what you're going to dig, and that's it. We bury whatever we find here and leave it alone.
And it was only the right thing to do to move the sewer lines, to leave this intact the way that it was supposed to be. And later on, we're going to have another ceremony here where we'll rebury the things that were found here, which is the Native American custom. And then we're going to put some sort of a memorial here. And I think that's the right thing for the city to do, and I think it's fantastic, especially since there's an educational facility here, that the children will be able to see that we honor what was here before.
In the Los Angeles area that tragically we know too little about. And so we hope to rectify that, keep this relationship going. We can all learn more about the ancestors from Los Angeles.
All right, we'll go ahead and stop the video there. So, in this video, they reference, oops, sorry. Thank you, Scott. There we go. So they mentioned the San Gabrielino, the Gabrielino Trail behind Fetty. So when we took an opportunity to explore this trail, you notice that there are 5 different sites on the trail. And each one of these sites has either a statue or a plaque that really commemorates the history of the people. And really interesting information. I've passed out some information, actually transcribed what you see there in introduction for you all, so you can read a little deeper about the history of the Gabrielino people. But really interesting. I really enjoyed my experience spending time out there, learning more about the people who inhabited this land before we are here. Also, really interesting, there is a story about this, a shaman, female shaman by the name of Toipuriña, who led a rebellion against the San Gabriel mission, I think in around 1756, I want to say. And it was really interesting to learn about that history, and that's actually a statue, the bust there is of Toipuriña. So really interesting to learn more about the characters and the people of this time, and I really enjoyed my experience there. Lastly, we want to leave you with some resources for our community. These resources will be on our Equity Office website. Teacher resources, Teacher's Guide to American Indian and History Heritage, Native American history, and then more history about the Gabrielino Tonga Band of Mission Indians. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to share about Native American History Month and also the relics that were found here in our local neighborhood. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board if there's any questions or comments. Seeing none, I'd like to thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, President Beach, I have more copies. I don't know if we want to leave them for the community here or we just leave them, I don't know where you want to leave them, on the table over here?
Yes,
Excellent.
please.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll move to Spotlight on Teaching and Learning, the CASP Results Overview. Dr. Carol Castro.
Good evening, President Beach, Clerk Ernie Nishi, and distinguished board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present on our California Assessment Overview. In the recent last few weeks, the state has released our state assessment results for both math, English, and science. And so I'm here to present you some information on those official results that we have received from the state. Our goal today with this presentation is to make sure we're providing an overview of these assessment results, reviewing some key focus areas for ABC Unified as a result of data analysis, and sharing some enhancements and adjustments to support the plans across the district. ABC Unified has had several initiatives that began last year, and some have been in the works for several years, and that is our Reading by Third Grade and Literacy for College and Career initiative, and then our Math Steps program. And so you just saw a few folks walk into the room. We have a full house tonight, but I'd like to acknowledge some of our math coaches that are here this evening that are part of that initiative that have just entered the room, and I'll be talking about that initiative a little later in the presentation. So as we know, these results are one snapshot in time. Students have a variety of learning experiences in different ways that they show their learning. But there is a specific day that they are tested on these skills and standards. And so this is one of the snapshots that we receive. We also look at their grades. We look at other formative assessments, how they do on projects, etc. But this is how the state looks at that one snapshot in time. We'll be receiving more information from the state about how students are performing at our schools in December when the dashboard results are released at that time. In terms of our data review process, I've been working with not only our district directors, but also our school site principals, and as well as my strategic planning committee that includes community members, board members, and other representatives such as our teacher representatives and classified staff representatives to really look at the data review process and ask ourselves these questions. The first question that we want to think about is, what are the bright spots in the data, and how does that help us know what is working? So in looking at our results, I'm happy to say that this ABC Unified, that is in the blue bar, has an average of 17 to 18 percentage points higher than the state in all three areas, which is a great accomplishment for our district. So you can see that in English Language Arts, we were at 64% this year, in math 52%, and in science at 47%. And just as a reminder to everyone watching the presentation, when I talk about these percentages, these are the percentage of students that met or exceeded the standard. So that's how the state provides us the data, is what percentage of students have met or exceeded that standard. So in thinking about our bright spots, one of the first bright spots that I'd like to highlight is our math scores. They have actually moved towards pre-pandemic levels, with some grade levels even outperforming our pre-pandemic levels. So you know that we have some additional funding to support students' learning loss, and so we're seeing some of the results in our math area. You can see highlighted in yellow or circled in yellow the grade levels that we see that increase. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 11th grade have all are kind of coming back to their pre-pandemic levels, with 4th, 5th, and 7th actually surpassing the pre-pandemic levels of 2019, which is a great sign that some of the interventions and supports that we're providing our schools are working. And a big thank you to all of our teachers and our school site administrators and other staff for continuing this effort and working so hard to make this happen. Another area of a bright spot that I want to highlight is that our science scores are steadily improving even before the pre-pandemic levels. So this is one, last year we talked about this, if you recall, that interestingly enough, this is an area where we did not decrease in our percentage of met or exceeded. And so this year, our overall is 47%. Pre-pandemic in 2019, we're at 43%. And that's generally happening across the board, with some slight differences happening there in 8th grade. But you can see in 5th, we had an increase, and we had an increase in 11th, which created an overall increase. And so I know that for science, it's like a combination of the skills, right? It's a combination of the math skills, the reading skills, it's application of knowledge. And so this is really showing us that we are moving in the right direction with some of our initiatives, because students are able to take those skills and combine it together and perform on these science assessments. And then again, our secondary ELA scores are a bright spot, because we see that they're increasing or holding steady over time. So you can see that in the secondary grade levels, 7th, 8th, and 11th, that we have seen an increase, or they have stayed the same or gone a little higher in terms of where their performance level is at. And I highlight that because in secondary, when students are tested, they focus a lot on informational or expository text. So they're really trying to show, asking students to show if they know how to take the reading and learn from it, right? They have to read some very difficult, complex texts and apply their knowledge in writing and comprehension. And it's not just one text that they receive. They actually receive 3 to 4 texts, informational texts, as part of the writing assessment piece. So the increase in secondary shows us that some of our focus areas in secondary are working and are moving ahead. So you have an additional handout which I just want to highlight. This one I just wanted to show you as this is providing you an overview of some of the key areas of support that Academic Services has provided. And you can see there that we've highlighted also some new areas that I will talk about in the presentation. So 3 of these key areas of support, and this is that separate blue handout that you have at your tables, is on-time support for students, direct services to connect students with academic supports, increase resources to support student learning and staff and professional learning. And this is all based on research, specifically the research on organizing schools for improvement. So what are some key areas that we think are working and we want to continue to see work this coming year? Well, our math tutoring support at all school sites. So we have worked really hard with special programs, and a thank you to our director, Dr. Ha, for her work in ensuring that all elementary and secondary schools have some form of math tutoring support. And so that's been a big initiative. Our writing centers at all secondary sites, where we're supporting students with different types of writing in an after-school support program, and a thank you to Dr. Wise for all her work with our secondary sites in that. And then also our literacy teachers and tutors at our elementary schools. As you know, we have intervention specialists at every single elementary site, and so continuing the work of that, of making sure that students are reading by 3rd grade and supporting the reading across the different grade levels seems to be working in these areas. In terms of direct services to connect students with academic supports, ABC Excels has a strong focus on STEAM enrichment, meaning we're having students enjoy the love of learning through playing with Legos and Creative Bot, and so they're applying some of their skills in these after-school programs, and so we think that's something that needs to continue so students can kind of play with the learning and enjoy that. And then English learner counselors at all schools. That program finally this year is fully in effect. Last year, towards this half of the year, we were finally able to hire all of the EL counselors that we needed at our elementary sites. So this is really the first year of full implementation for that. And so we're excited to see what continued success we'll see with that. And of course, we've provided a continuous EL roadmap, English learner roadmap training for administrators and teachers. The second question we then ask ourselves is, what are the challenges and how does that help us focus on an area of need? Because as any school district, we want to look at how can we better support our students. One area of challenge is that our ELA scores show some mixed results when it comes to our elementary grades. So although we'd like to say we're holding steady, our numbers decreased slightly from last year. We were at 65.1%. This year we're at 64.6%. So it's kind of the same, but there's some slight differences there. You can see that some of our grade levels, those numbers did stay the same, but some decrease. And so we're looking closer at what can we do, especially with upper grades, to really support the learning better. We also see that growth is inconsistent for all of our student groups. As you know, we work heavily to support our student groups of high needs, such as our English learners, students who have low income, our students with disabilities, foster youth, and homeless. And so there's some mixed results there. You can see that our homeless population, our low-income population, has continued to increase or come back to pre-pandemic levels or moving towards that area, but we're not seeing that necessarily just yet with our English learners and our foster youth. And so those are areas that we want to focus on and continue to grow with. So what adjustments do we need to make, right? Because now we know our bright spots, now we know our challenges, and we need to think about what do we need to do differently, or how can we focus our efforts better? Because we're certainly providing a lot of support and programs, but maybe there needs to be a more laser-like focus in certain grade levels or certain groups. One thing we want to think about is taking a closer look at our changing English learner population. The new LCAP template is going to be finalized by our State Board of Education in the coming weeks. The draft that came out is certainly heavy on supporting our long-term English learners. Long-term English learners are students who have been designated as an English learner for 6 or more years. So typically they are in 6th grade or higher. So in looking at that, we started looking at what are the numbers of the students that we have, and you can see that listed there. Our EL students are 2,462, reclassified students 2,923, and then 5,385 ever ELs, which is just basically a combination of that. But of the total EL students, there are 530 long-term English learners. And so that is a group that we need to pay special attention to, because that means that despite all the supports and programming that we've been providing them, they're still struggling in being redesignated. and reclassified. So we want to think about what can we do differently. So I'll give you some additional data to kind of show you the changes that have happened. Here, the red arrow shows you that last year when we tested our students with the LPAC, which is the English Language Proficiency Assessment, which was also released by the state recently, most of our students who are English learners fell in the category of level 4, which is our highest category possible. That was a good sign for us because that meant we had a high number of students that we could reclassify. And why is reclassification important? Because if a student is reclassified, it means they have really strong English language skills in English now, and they don't need to have that additional support. So when a student moves into middle school or high school, that allows that student now to have an elective and to explore band or CTE pathways and become more engaged with school. So we work really hard to try to reclassify students by 6th grade so that by the time they get to middle school, they get those additional opportunities. So last year, I'm happy to report, was one of our highest years in the last 5 years of reclassification rates, which is a big kudos to our entire team who's been working with our English learners, our English learner counselors, and at the district office, it's been a combination effort of all the directors in academic services really working on this. And so you can see our percentage is much higher than the last 5 years. So therefore, that is why you see such a change in the population. So this is a similar slide from what I showed you before, but now if we look at where do our current students, English learners, land, most of them are landing at level 3. So that means that we have to try to focus on them a little differently. And when we really dig into the data a little bit more, you can see that reading for our long-term English learners is where we're really struggling. So we want to make sure that any programs that we develop are really focused on reading to learn, learning expository text, informational text for our long-term English learners. So you'll see some of that reflected in our key areas of support. On-time support for students mean that as soon as students are struggling, we give them the help, right? We don't wait for the end of the semester. We don't wait for them to fail the class. We give them help as soon as we know that they're struggling. And so one way that we've decided to do that, especially for our middle school students, because that's where we see that the greatest kind of drop for math scores happens, is through the use and implementation of our math coaches. So I would like to introduce quickly our math coaches that are here with us this evening. We have Terry Gillum from Fetty Middle School. We have Courtney Mallett from Ross Middle School and Carolyn Howlett from Haskell Middle School, along with our district math coach, Lena Bradshaw. So their role is really critical in helping to support our English learners as well, because they are able to give that on-time support to some of our struggling long-term English learners as they struggle to read the math and understand what kind of complex problem solving they need to do. Thank you so much for your hard work, and thank you to Dr. Wise for all the work in coordinating this program for us. Another on-time support for student that we're going to introduce is our multi-tiered support services teacher focused on academic needs. So at some of our school sites, we do notice that there's differences. Some school sites want a bigger focus on math because that's where their needs are. Some school sites need a bigger focus on reading or English skills. And so this multi-tiered support system, we've been talking about it, right? Like the different tiered levels of intervention of support. But we need to give schools help and guidance on how do we make sure that we're providing that support during the day and then connecting those students to the services after school and ABC Excels. So that's what this person's going to be responsible for. We're going to have a few schools this year that have high needs, hire these people, hopefully sooner than later, and then we're going to see how we want to move forward with that program after that time. So there's going to be kind of a multi-funded program where part of their workday is during the school day and part of their workday is in the after-school program. And as you know, we already have our intervention specialists who are working on literacy. And so now we're going to really make sure we do a concerted effort to train our literacy specialists on how to support our long-term English learners. Additionally, with us this evening is our assistant principals from our elementary school sites, and that's part of our direct services team meeting. And so in order for that to happen, we need our assistant principals to gather the information from teachers, coordinate those meetings with the parents, and make sure we're coordinating those services for our students. And that's a big part of the work that they're doing. And so we appreciate them for doing that at our school sites this year. Thank you, everyone. As you know, ABC has also been identified as a CSACE district, some of our schools, because we want to make sure we're not over-identifying students for special ed, and that is part of why we have our multi-tiered system of support. So working with Dr. Lozano in school services, part of our CSACE funds are going to be used to work to hire a student success team district counselor. This counselor is to support and train our schools to monitor those SST procedures and outcomes and to make sure that we're all following the same process consistently across the board. In addition to that, we do find that in the past, summer school has been 2 weeks of one area, 2 weeks of another area, and if students signed up for summer school, they could get all 4 weeks. Well, now we're just going to say summer school is 4 weeks because we just need consistency for our students, and we need to try to provide as much services as possible. Now that our kind of summer timeline has changed, we'll be able to adjust and provide that for them this coming year. So that's something that our parents should look out for elementary students. And last but not least, we have increased resources to support student professional learning and staff professional learning. And I'm happy to announce our tech symposium is coming up, and that is on November 30th at Artesia High School in the afternoon. Our tech symposium this year is focused on how do we support students with artificial intelligence and with data systems. Part of the biggest challenge that we have is if we're going to provide on-time supports to our students, then we need to have a consistent way that we're gathering the data and knowing how they're doing and progressing and tracking that data. And so that is something that our MTSS committee has been working on since last year, and that is what we're going to be providing some training on and support to not only our teaching staff, but our classified and our certificated administrators as well. So our one final question that we always ask ourselves after we look at all this data and after we consider all the different supports and intervention is, how do we really engage our students with reading so they are excited and inspired to learn? That is really the key question. We want them to be excited about going to school. We want them to be excited about reading. So what are those other things that we're doing besides just providing more school, more tutoring, more programs? Prop 28 art enrichment. We could certainly do a lot of things in our Prop 28 programs to make sure that kids are learning the arts and developing those skills for math and English. Student Voice Forum, those are coming up this month, and that's where we go around and interview students and ask them those questions. What makes you excited about coming to school? How can someone help you in math? What is the best way that you learn? And then I'm happy to say that in partnership with ABC Excels and our Special Programs Department, we're going to do a district-wide book giveaway. You know, when I think about when my kids get really excited about school is when the book fairs come into town, right? And the book fair comes and the fresh, clean books, and kids love going and picking out the book that they want to read, not that someone is making them read. And so that's the experience we want to give our students in ABC. That's the experience we want to give our English learners and some of our students who can't afford to buy something at the book fair. And that's what we're going to work on as part of this district-wide book giveaway, which will be rolling out hopefully at the start of the new year. Again, we cannot do this alone. This is done because of the hard work of the people you see here this evening, of our directors, Dr. Wise, Dr. Ha, Dr. Lozano, Dr. Balbuena, Dr. Verduzco from Special Ed, and Dr. Chavez and Mr. Garcia. It is also done in partnership with our teachers, our site administrators, and all of our staff to support these programs. So with that, I conclude our presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments. Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great report. Thank you, Dr. Castro, for the news, because it shows that we're doing some things right. And I'm sure everybody in this audience wants to hear about all the advances we're having in math and English and reading. And it's not all just all good news. It's, hey, we have the data. We know we can be intentional. And you guys are finding specific measures to do that with your team of people to help address the math issues, help address the reading issues, and making reading fun. So just a lot of kudos, because I don't always praise people, right? I tend to be very critical, but in this, it's not like it's Christmas. It shows some of the good things we're doing, some of the challenges that we have, and some of the ways to move forward. And that's what I'm always looking for. It's like, here's your data, here's how we're going to move forward. We may not be perfect, and we're going to have some issues and problems and things, but going forward, that's what I'm always hopeful for. And so I'm really very happy with this. I know that we'll have some more specific questions later on related to some of the implementation issues, some of the different data for different areas that go. But I mean, I think you even addressed the issue of EL and lower income persons, and that we do need to work on those specific issues. It's not all great, but it's that you guys have a plan and there's data, and you know, thank you, Dr. Zietlow, for working with a great team of people in this audience, Dr. Weiss and you know, just all the way down the line to the math coach. It's all intentional. So I really appreciate that. I don't always say that, right?
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'll step into the role of being critical. Although I do appreciate all the data, you know, it always worries me a little bit because I know it's data that includes Whitney High School, and I know that it includes data from very high-performing schools, and so I'd like to request staff to have disaggregated data by, you know, I'm very curious about the Lakewood schools. I already looked in, and I'm very concerned. I know that we're providing a lot of resources, and I think that we need to do more. You know, I know the CABE conference is coming up. I encourage all of us to attend, or anyone who can. I usually don't, but I know that there are organizations that put a lot of work into figuring out what it takes to get better outcomes for English learners. You know, we tried the English counselors. I'm very concerned that we didn't see a lot of growth, that we even saw a decline. I know that counselors are incredibly important to our schools, so I'm not going to say that didn't work because I know that they provide a service, but it's obvious to me that that's not going to be enough, right? Our English learners need more. And we raised this before, like I think that there's a huge gap in academics. And so how are we going to help them do better in math? How are we going to help them do better in reading? Long-term English learners, you know, a lot of you know I'm a school principal by day. You know, a lot of our English learners don't even speak a second language. And so we know that it's not a language issue for a lot of them, it's an academic issue. And so how are we going to address that? I don't want to see more of the same because, again, this I hope that result doesn't sit well with any of us. We need to do better, and that's probably going to take added services. There is specific money from the LCAP that is given to our district to address the needs of English learners, low income, homeless, and foster. And so I need that to know that that money is being earmarked to improve outcomes. Yeah, very, very concerned with the number. The fact that it did not go up. Again, I want our staff to really take a look at, you know, what is it going to take? Because, again, it's not like we're inventing the wheel. There's a lot of resources out there that we can tap into. Other than that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Suyu.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Castro, for such a wonderful and detailed presentation. And thank you for these academic services key areas, on-time support for students and all this extra tutoring. This is fantastic. I'd like to look at the page where we have is that the second page, third page? We are definitely doing better than the state standards. The state in English is 47%, and we are at 64%. We're performing much better than the state average. However, we still have 36% who are not meeting the California standards. And what concerns me the most is the math, that the state standards is 35% and ABC is at 52%, which means 48% have not met the state standards. I would like the staff to identify the problem and the specific schools where the scores are low, so that we can address these issues. And then something else that I was kind of paying attention to is for the AP high performing, such as like AP Calculus, all the AP courses that are offered at ABC, I would like to see the scores, if possible, last 5 years or something. How many courses have you all offered, and what are the scores average? I would like to get those data.
Yeah, that information I can provide you, and also that's part of the dashboard results that the state will release in December.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dr. Castro, thank you for the wonderful report. I'm very happy to see that our math scores are increasing. I can also tell all the parents that we are spending our Prop 28 funds at all the schools as I do my tours. The kids are loving the art. And I do love your comment about the book fair, although my daughter came home the other day and said, Dad, scan this QR code and order me these 2 books. And I'm like, can't we go to the book fair? But anyway, I ordered them. So thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our informational item, 1.6, Parent, Guardian, Family, Student Rights and Responsibilities. Mr. Jim Baca and Miss Sarah Young from AALRR.
Thank you. I noticed that it was a timed item. I hope it wasn't because I was coming. But it's a pleasure being here. President Beach, Dr. Zeitlo, esteemed members of the board. I come with my partner, Sarah Young, who is one of the law firm's experts on student rights. She just happened to be here in closed session fortuitously, and I asked if she could stick around and maybe help answer some questions that you might have. Dr. Zeitlo has asked me to review your policies with respect to parental notification, and to just provide you kind of a brief overview of what your policies provide now, and maybe take questions about what can change in the future if necessary. I know that you are all aware, because it's been all over the news, that parental rights is something that has hit the courts and are moving up. There are several school districts that are involved in litigation right now that we know of involving parental rights. So we can start with your Administrative Regulation 5020, and that is entitled Parent Rights and Responsibilities. And there is a list of, I believe, 20 different items in 5020 regarding parental rights. The right to observe, to meet, to be notified, to receive results, examine curriculum, know the child's progress, to have access to school records, and to refuse to submit or participate in analysis, evaluation, or assessment, monitoring the quality of a student's home life, or any form of parental screening. That mirrors the Education Code 49091.18. And then you also have the right to obtain, students have the right to obtain confidential medical care, confidential counseling related to the diagnosis or treatment of drug and alcohol problems, or mental health treatment or counseling without the consent of a parent or guardian. And that's Education Code 49091.10. And then parents have the right to participate in decisions involving the education of their own child, including the total school program, if appropriate. Sarah, did you want to add anything to that?
Just that this policy mirrors a section of Ed Code commonly called the Parents' Bill of Rights, and it is often in part found in your parent notification. So your parents get an annual notification your parents get annual notification of some portion of this every year in your parent student handbook. It's important we remind parents of this idea of a partnership. That's really what we're saying in this policy, and you've had this policy in place since 2009 in this form.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions about that particular board policy? I know there are going to be questions at the end, and maybe you want to wait until the end. I'm going to go over 4 board policies, and then maybe we can take questions at the end.
That would be better. Thank you.
Thank you. The second is Administrative Regulation 5022, which deals with student and family privacy rights, and does list several matters involving student and family privacy. Students and parents shall provide prior written consent before student participates in surveys that contain items including sexual behavior, religious practices, income, etc. And no school official or staff member shall subject a student to a non-emergency invasive physical examination as a condition of school attendance, except as permitted or required under California law. And then there's a definition of invasive physical examination, which means an examination that involves exposure of private body parts. At the beginning of the school year, the superintendent shall notify the parent and guardian of the district's policy involving student privacy, the process to opt out of participation in activities described in the policy, and the specific approximate dates during the school year when activities are scheduled. Sarah, did you have anything to add to that?
Just a question I often get about this policy is on the second page, it talks about anonymous surveys and risk behaviors, and there is a distinction once a student's in 7th grade. So when you're giving younger children surveys, we tell parents ahead of time, and it's typically an opt-in, like we're going to be giving the CHICS survey, or we're going to be giving this. Once students are in 7th grade, it's an opt-out. We tell parents, this survey is happening in 14 days. You have to opt out, and that's cited in this policy. It's not explicitly said, though.
Thank you. The next policy is Administrative Regulation 5124, which involves students and reporting to parents. When students are making unsatisfactory progress, academic progress, there is a process that shall be utilized to inform students and parents. That notice shall be issued for the student as soon as the teacher has evidence that the student may receive an unsatisfactory grade. There are also separate policies regarding secondary schools in terms of academic progress. So this policy specifically deals with academic progress and the right of parents to know of the academic progress of their child and student. Anything else on that? And then the last one is Board Policy 5145, which is non-discrimination and harassment. The governing board desires a safe school environment and no discrimination on the basis of things like sex, sexual orientation, gender, religion, immigration, status, age, ethnicity, ancestry. The policy describes what is to occur if there is discrimination or bullying, and requires specific record keeping as well. One thing that is interesting in this policy with respect to what is happening in the courts now is there is a requirement for notification of students and parents of the district's non-discrimination policy, including responsibility to provide a safe, non-discriminatory school environment for students, including transgender, gender non-conforming students. The policy also goes on to indicate that there is a right to privacy. Students' transgender or gender non-conforming status in his or her private information, the student will only disclose the information to others with the student's prior written consent, except when the disclosure is otherwise required by law or when the district has compelling evidence that disclosure is necessary to preserve the student's physical or mental well-being. Any district employee to whom a student transgender, gender non-conforming status is disclosed shall keep the student information confidential. When the disclosure of the identity is made to a district employee by a student, the employee shall seek the student's permission to notify a compliance officer. If the student refuses to give permission, the employee shall keep the student's information confidential unless he or she is required to disclose or report the student's information pursuant to administrative regulations. The It goes on to indicate compliance officer shall arrange a meeting with the student and, if appropriate, with his or her parents to identify and develop strategies. Sarah, do you want to add to that?
It also continues that, as appropriate, the district will provide supportive services to assist students to inform their parents if that's so their desire. So to continue to build a relationship and work with parents.
Yeah, and I'll read that. As appropriate, given the student's need for support, the compliance officer may discuss with the student any need to disclose the student's transgender, gender nonconformity status to his or her parents and or others, including other students, teachers, or other adults on campus. The district shall offer support services such as counseling to students who wish to inform their parents or guardians of their status and desire assistance in doing so. So with that, I know that was a lot to bite off, and it is policy, so it can get a bit difficult to understand. I think the superintendent, have you provided the board with copies of the board policies?
Yes, they have those, and
So I invite you to review them, and obviously I'm available to answer questions. So with that, we're
Okay.
here to answer questions.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take public comments if there's any on this specific item.
I thought we have that information item towards the end.
It's this item.
Oh, we're advancing it? So we should probably have a motion to reorder it. I'm sure it'll pass. So I see 1.6, timed item, and then I also see it way back here at the end, 1.7. But 1.6 is the one that's moved up. Right, I see 1.6 here, but then I also see this one.
Okay, so just a formality.
Let's just move
Can-
the agenda item.
Can we have consensus from the board to move it? Yes? Okay,
So moved in second to move this item to the front,
yes.
right?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 6-0. Okay, public comment, please.
Okay. And we're doing this before we approve the agenda. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located at the table by the door. I think a lot of people have already done that in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour. Each speaker will be limited to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or the ability of any school district employee. Concerns addressed to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during public comments section. And I remind the crowd that we should maintain a decorum. So no cheering, because we would actually be interrupting that specific person's right to speak. So that being said, so this is on the specific agenda item? All right. I'm thinking number 12, Sharon Washington. This would be followed by Charlene Park and Curtis Hebert. If you could stand in order, that would be expedite this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to express what the community feels on a lot of these issues. I have to say my heart started racing after I heard a lot of the confining things regarding educating our children with regards to things that are lifetime changes and transitions, especially a lot of the concerns we have in our culture, and where parents are in all that. As a parent and a grandparent, one that's always been very much involved with my children's education, and as a result, they stand out because I make the commitment to know what's going on with them, so because I birthed them. And so when I'm hearing about getting permission from a compliance officer to tell your parents something, it's challenging. I mean, the Supreme Court recognizes in the 14th Amendment that parents have a, it says here in the Luxembourg case that the Constitution, and specifically the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, protects the fundamental rights of parents to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. And so, I don't know about anybody else, but I was just like thinking, so what can you find out about your child without having to go and get permission from somebody else who I don't even know who they are about what's going on with my child? Especially when it comes to the financial aspect of it, the emotional side of it, and those kind of things. I think a lot of us are seeing these lawsuits happen because parents are left out of the picture, and they're life-changing, devastating situations. And as the gatekeepers of the school district here, it's something we need to, I would think it'd be something to look at the full picture of the ramifications and how those things are going to play out in terms of the choices they make, in terms of their behavior as they are in relationships and these other things that can be life-changing, not just in terms of maybe gender issues or what have you, but also choices that can impact, because choices we make have consequences. And if things are not within certain boundaries of what a parent wants for their child, it may be something that will cost that family legacy that's been changed because the parent wasn't involved. So that's what I came up here to express, that this is, it's just, like I said, mind-blowing to me to hear a lot of this because it wasn't that complicated when I raised my children. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Charlene Park, followed by Curtis Hebert.
Honorable Board President, members, Superintendent, and all the parents and guardians. I'm thankful for giving me an opportunity to speak about parents' rights tonight. My name is Charlene. Although we are not perfect as parents, we love our children and know them best physically, psychologically, and mentally, because we spend more time with them than teachers. According to the U.S. Constitution, Glucksberg 521, U.S. 702, 1997, the Constitution, and specifically the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. The Constitution protects the fundamental right of parents to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. The U.S. Supreme Court has consistently ruled for the last century that only parents possess the fundamental right to raise their children, to direct activities, make child care decisions, and control their education. Children do not have a right to privacy from their parents. Nowhere does current state law require teachers and administrators to lie to parents openly. I'm very concerned that the state Superintendent of Public Instruction continues to intentionally misrepresent the law and bully local school boards. This is also an infringement of our local control, dominating influence over students and their parents. Therefore, the relationship between parents and teachers is very crucial. Secrecy, the quality or condition of being secret or hidden, concealment, destroys the relationship in trust between parents and teachers. If schools practice this policy, it will make teachers lie and be untrustworthy and not dependable for anyone. The public school system will lose parents and students who want truthful relationships. Education Code Section 51100 and 51001 clearly state that parents have the right to be informed of their child's learning and practicing process in school. Parents have opened the doors to see the records of their children. This evening, I'm asking you to support the parental notification policy. Please pass the parental notification policy. I appreciate your attention and supportive intention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Curtis Hebert, followed by what I think should be Daniel Avina. He's talking about AB 665, so I don't know if that's specific to this item, but.
All right, good evening. Honorable Board President, board members, superintendent, and all the parents and guardians that are here this evening. I'll make my comments very, very brief. It's kind of like what she said from my wife, who was the last speaker, as well as Sharon Washington, who's a good friend of ours. My name is Kurt Hebert, and I'm a former teacher in a different district and also a different state. But I also am retired, and I just want to reflect, just kind of in an organic kind of sense, not an institutional way, that as a former teacher from, you might say, the good old days, where having parents in meetings talking about their child, the understanding with the teachers as well as the administration was that the parents are the final say in terms of how their child is being treated, how their child is being educated, and that the teachers, administrators were public servants. They're serving families. They're serving the children. So I just want to get that out there. I want to just say that I do support the parental notification policy that is on the line here. I truly, truly value the educators, the teachers, the administrators that are represented here. I know they work very hard. These are challenging times in terms of ideology, how people perceive things based on their worldview. But there's common sense. There's common sense. And so I want to appeal to common sense in the sense that parents raise their children, and the schools support them in that process. They come to school to learn, to be good citizens. And I also was very encouraged by the prior comments before the public comments were open. It's very encouraging to see in this district how well students are being treated, and it's very encouraging to see the progress that is being made, and many different areas of excellence that this district represents. So thank you very much for your time.
Daniel Avina, this is AB 665, but I'm presuming you want to talk about parental?
Yes.
Okay. Followed by Monica.
Mr. President and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of parents and for those that are here as well. Thank you for your mindful listening. Again, I think I do want to follow with what the Constitution does state, Verse 521, U.S. 702, 1997, that the Constitution and specifically due process clauses of the 14th Amendment protects. That's the key word. It protects. It protects every parent here, every parent that is here, and every parent that is out there. The fundamental right, that's another key word. Where does the right fall? It falls in the parents. It does not fall in Sacramento. It does not fall with the government, and it does not fall with the school board, with all due respect. The fundamental right of parents to direct the care. These parents here, since that child is born, care for their children. I don't know where the common sense is that they have to get permission to know what's going on in the school for someone they don't even know. Keeping secrecy from one parent to a child. Can anybody tell me of a good outcome? Can anybody tell me that something great happened? No. I remember when I was a child. I remember when I was 12. Back then they would teach us to be honest with our parents, to go to our parents. At times I did want to lie to my parents, but I thank God that I had good teachers that say you have to tell your parents. And I did. I was able to graduate from Cerritos College with honors, made Phi Beta Kappa, transferred to the University of Long Beach State, made Phi Beta Kappa, made the President's Honors List, Pi Sigma Alpha, graduated with honors. And it wasn't by keeping secrets from my parents. It was by being honest with my parents and getting my parents involved. It's simple common sense. It's not difficult to understand. Taking parents' rights away? Can anybody name anything good that has happened? No. The fundamental rights of parents to direct the care, the upbringing of their children is the parents' rights. They put the clothes on their back, they put the food on their table, they put a roof over their head. When they're sick, they're the ones that are in that hospital. It's not Sacramento, it's not the government, it's not the school board. And most important, the education of their. Here's the key word, their. That means your children. Not Sacramento's children, not the state's children, and not the school board children. Their children. They have that right. So I appeal to you with common sense and with all due respect to notify the parents because we deserve it. It is our right, our constitutional right, and the Constitution supersedes the state law. I think we all know that. Members of the board, thank you so much. Mr. President, thank you for your time. People here, thank you very much for your mindful listening.
Excuse me, I'd like to read the next one. Monica, it says AB 223. Does that relate to the parental notification?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good evening, honorable board members. Thank you for your service. We are living through a very difficult culture to raise children. As parents and grandparents, it is so challenging to bring up a child with all the cultural pressure of social media, technology, smartphones, and the gender confusion all around us. If my child's going through mental issues, any depression, I want to know everything, A through Z. This is what every parent wants. We love our children more than anyone else in the world. If they're sick, if they're in harm, I want to be there for my child. How can I do that if I'm kept in the dark about my child's life in school? School district policy should reflect the importance of the parent's role in raising their child. Parents are a critical component of child's well-being. They have the right to guide a child's upbringing and be intimately involved in any decision related to a child's health, safety, and well-being, even when the children are in school. A parental notification policy is the best way to ensure that parents are informed of their child's well-being. That's our right, and it's a constitutional right. So please support parent notification policy. At the end of the day, nobody loves or wants the best for our children than we, the parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alice, followed by B, and Donna. I'm presuming your AB 223 relates to parental notification. Alice, is Alice here? Okay, and followed by B, if you could stand in line, and Donna would be next. And I'll ask the same question of each.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to see Nishi sit there. And at the time, my kid in Leo Elementary School, I always saw him outside trying to participate as a school board members at that time. Yeah. Okay. I just want to say something that ABC School District is such good school district. And that's why for 7 years, from kindergarten to the 6th grade, my kid was there. And I clearly remember when something related to the sex education, the school sent me the paperwork first. And I still don't feel comfortable, so I ask for something more. You guys need to demonstrate what you're going to teach my kids in the class. And so on the south wing of the same size of the meeting room, I was there to preview what's the sex education they are going to teach in their classroom. And whenever I feel comfortable, I sign a paper. It's consent. My kid could attend this class. If I don't feel comfortable, I opt that class. So I wish the ABC School District keep going like this practice. And I should say it's not always right or correct, Washington, D.C., and the same as Sacramento. Gavin Newsom made so much mistakes, and we don't need to obey what they want us to do. You guys are school board member for ABC School District. You stand on the solid ground of our parents and the kids in this area. So you serve us first. And as for the parent rights, okay, Biden administration assumed parents as domestic terrorists. It's such weird, right? So I just urge the school board member to protect our parents' rights. And you should always know the the kids belongs to the families and the parents first, never belongs to state. What kind of country, what kind of authority they put kids as their state assets? It's Nazis practice, and it's communist ideology, okay? Remember that. So I strongly urge you guys to protect parents' rights. We parents need to know everything happens to our kids, everything. None of them is more or less, we need to know details. So as for the gender, and that gentleman mentioned privacy, okay? For the parents, the kids suppose no privacy when they, face to their parents. We need to know all the details, especially the gender change I identified. I horribly, for all the development on this gender identified in our country. I personally, it's a very conservative parent, and I always follow the biblical and the Constitution.
1 minute.
Okay, so if you take away the parents' rights, that's unbiblical and unconstitutional. So for what I mentioned before, I want you guys do your job and protect parents' rights. Thank you so much.
B, I'm presuming 223 relates to parental notification.
What?
Presuming AB 223 relates to parental notification.
Yes, to the whole thing. My name is B. Defending the truth requires courage. And to have that courage to defend the truth, you really need to know what the truth is so that you can defend it. America is not a democracy. It is a constitutional republic. And that constitutional republic came with and is clearly defined by the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, that we are a government for the people, by the people, and not the other way around. Our inalienable rights come from God, not the government, and have no authority to interfere with them, our families, or any of that. The government exists only to protect our inalienable rights and not create or usurp our God-given rights or rewrite the rules. If you just follow that rules, we wouldn't be standing here talking about parental rights and everybody else's rights. Government has overstepped its bounds in trying to usurp our children's responsibility and guiding our children. The children are not to be conscripted. Eminent domain does not apply to our children. We need to know, I always knew everything my kids did. They came to me first. And that's the responsibility of the parents. And it's very comforting to a child to know that with everything else going on in the outside world and all the things they have to deal with, they have a safe place to come. And when you take away the parents' rights, you take away that safety and that comfort from that child. The authors and signers of these crazy bills, AB 665 or AB 666 as I call it, AB 223, blah, 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 they should be ashamed of themselves. These are unconstitutional bills. They're like Hitler-esque. They're Himmler. And even Herod would have been proud of these ungodly bills because they rob and take children away from their families. It's not meant to be. Progressives, communism, Marxism, Nazis all have gained power by controlling families. They abduct little boys for the army. They rape these little girls so they have bigger and more soldiers. Know the truth. It is empowering and enabling you to fight back for your rights. And it's so important to learn what your rights are. Once you know what your rights are, they're right there in the Constitution. You can stand up against this nonsense.
Donna?
Good evening, Board. The American Academy of Pediatrics revealed alarming levels of attempted suicide among transgenders. More than half of transgender male teens who participated in the survey of American Academy of Pediatrics reported attempting suicide, while 29.9% of the females did. The Mayo Clinic says puberty blockers for transgender teens causes weight change and mood changes. That's not good. Teens already are subject to that, especially the young girls going through their menstrual period. Teens are vulnerable. When the schools and libraries have book advertising, it's okay to be opposite of what you are. Young teens become confused and think, oh, maybe I'll try it. And when they have the counselor going along with the program and the parents aren't told, that's pure danger. Then when the teen tries the thing based on what the counselor and books tell them, they become more confused. This problem was not popular when you were teens or some of you were teens, right? Why? Because parents were allowed to give the advice, not the books or the counselors in school that you have to promote. And you weren't taken away from your parents when they disagreed. That alone messes up our kids. Nowadays, schools are pushing not to listen to parents, but to read these horrific sexual books. And oh, what does the counselor and the teen talk about? Shh, it's a secret. You don't have to tell your parents. That is sick, and it confuses our kids more and teaches disobedience. Of course not. Well, why are you allowing it with our kids? Because they're not your kids, right? How dare you? We are paying you, and it's not to teach garbage in the schools. And also, I understand you are getting paid to have some of these books in your curriculum and to have your staff say these things to our kids. And shh, it's a secret. And whether you know it or not, you are following socialist teacher Saul Alinsky ideas, increasing insecurity, anxiety, uncertainty, and destroying the family. That's what he says. You're not protecting the children and parents. When these children are taken from their parents, it's traumatic for the teens, especially because the parents want to protect and advise. If you cared, you would change this garbage in your schools. Because of this, our schools have become our kids have become insecure, anxious, and uncertain, just like Yaeli. Remember Yaeli? You are abiding by the socialist agenda by destroying the family, brainwashing and coaching, and threatening to take the kids away from the parents who want to protect their children. We pay you to teach them properly, not to indoctrinate, and not for them to be taken away from us. If the schools are going to continue to allow this to happen, so others can end up like Yaeli Martinez, we have something to say about it. You're going against the 14th Amendment. If you don't protect the rights of the parents and stop indoctrinating the children, then the next suicide that occurs in one of our schools because of indoctrination, these parents and there will be blood to account for.
Okay, the next set of numbers, there's nothing here that says they're specifically talking about the item, but I'm going to ask them, Mr. Young Choi, Jason H., and Sum-hee Hong. Start with Yun Choi. So do you plan to speak on the parental privacy item that we have before the board?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to show you this sign. Hi, my name is Yoon Choi, and I support policies that protect parental rights. As a mother of two, I have significant concerns about California's public education system. The primary caregivers for children are parents and their families. However, the current school system is depriving parents of their essential rights and keeping secrets about a child's identity, which is deeply concerning. This is deceptive towards parents and undermines the family. Parents are the ones who love and understand their children the most. Just because there may be changes in a child's life, it doesn't mean that parents are abusive. Please do not distort the hearts of parents who love their children with irrational thoughts. So as a mother of two, I just ask you guys, please support the parental notification policy, because I never imagined that I have to fight against this kind of weird law to protect our kids. So I think you guys are representing the children, and you are representing parents, and you guys are representing this school district. So I hope you just please be brave to fight our children, to fight against the government, to protect our children. So please, just let me just be a mom. I just want to raise my kids, teaching them what is right or wrong. I just want to teach them what is dangerous or not. And I just want to teach them what is happy or sad. And I just want let them to experience what they want in safety area, like my parents did to me. So I just want to give that love and affection to my kids as my parents did to me. Please just see these all peoples, and please consider that the parental notification policy should be passed in this school district. Thank you.
Jason, are you wishing to speak to Jason? Are you wishing to speak to the parental notification?
Yeah, you are correct. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank the board for being here and listening to our concerns. So I'd like to begin with the question I'd like everybody to think about. Should minors be allowed to get tattoos without the consent of their guardians? I'm sure that most parents would answer no. Why? Because I'm sure most of our parents would answer no, and I'm sure the government also says no. Why? Because it's a permanent decision that affects their life. So in this case, what's the difference between getting a tattoo and receiving gender assignment procedure without the involvement of the parents? As a young adult, I can say that I thought I knew the best decisions that I was making for myself at that age. But looking back, there are several decisions that I thought I wouldn't regret that I do regret today. For many youth, their actions are controlled by confidence led by disillusion. Allowing students to make such an important decision without the knowledge and permission of their guardian, simply put, is ignorant. This isn't about pursuing a more inclusive society. This is about protecting the integrity of our school system to our parents. Thank you.
Sunhee Hong, followed by Enoch Yeo and Yoon Her. Are you going to speak to the item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sun Hyung, and I am here to ask you to please consider parents as your partner for educating our children. With that, I strongly support this parental notification policy and hope you will move forward and pass it. For the sake of our precious children and their loving parents, please support the parental notification policy. Please pass the parental notification policy. Thank you. Good evening.
Sunhee Hong, is that person here?
This is Sun Hyung.
Oh, so okay. So then I need Enoch. Is Enoch here? Yeah. Do you speak
Yes.
on the specific item that's
Correct.
before us, which is the parental notification?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, President and the board members and concerned fellow parents. I'm proud father of 2 daughters, and I'm compelled to assert the crucial significance of the parents' rights. ABC School District and other districts has implemented and established various protocols to ensure parents are kept informed about their children's education and well-being. Achievements are celebrated with notification of awards, while academic difficulties prompt alerts for parental attentions facilitated through report cards, just like this meeting discussed about the test scores and so on, and parent-teacher conferences. Additionally, in case of the injury, whether minor or severe, the school ensures the parents are notified, especially when medical attention is needed, upholding the essential line of communication between the school and the family. Also, if the privacy policy is just the privacy policy just mentioned before the comment section necessitates a parental notification for examination of concerning private body parts of their students, then it is indeed concerning if the parents are not also informed when their children elect to undergo procedures or receive medications that affect their bodies in such manner. This discrepancy would seem to contradict the policy's intent to maintain trust, transparency, and respect for the students' and the parents' rights. It is crucial for the policy to be consistently applied to all matters concerning a child's privacy and well-being, especially with the decisions that have lasting impacts. Yet, the notion that a school might unilaterally chart a course for my students' future without parents' awareness not only undermines parental authority but also questions the sanctity of the family's role in a children's life choices. Certainly, it raises a concern if school takes actions affecting students without parental knowledge, especially when the parents ultimately bear responsibilities for their children's choices, and the consequences of thereof. It is crucial for there to be a collaborated relationship between the school and the parents, ensuring that decisions are made with the parents' informed consent, maintaining fairness and shared accountability in the children's upholding and education. This encroachment raises fundamental questions about the extent of the parents' rights to oversee their children's development, because the safeguarding our children's rights and securing their well-being is more than a parental obligation but our utmost duty. This important aspect of parenthood reflects the unwavering commitment to nurturing, guiding, and advocating for our children throughout their development, and it is an inherent part of what it means to be a parent. How can a school discretion supersede a parent's intimate understanding and aspirations for their children's future? I strongly urge the distinguished members of the board to acknowledge that genuine equity demands the equal distribution of the rights, not favoring one party over another. When it comes to decisions that affects our children's futures, parents' right to know must be acknowledged and integrated, not sidelined or ignored. Thank you.
Yoon-Her, Hye Lee, followed by Young-Tak Kim. Are you going to speak to the specific item?
Yes, sir. Good evening, President and members of board. I'm a father of 3 children, and over 20 years, all my kids went through ABC school district. The reason we stay in this area because of school district, and I really enjoy the high quality of education you provide, and my kids grew well, and they are becoming members of society. The beauty that I experienced with school district was a partnership. We had a good relationship, we as my family and other families as well. We were partner to raise kids. I truly believe it takes a whole village to raise a kid. And we are all here together to do the one thing, to build up next generation so that we can make this country greater. So please, support parental notification policy so that we don't lose our right, so that we can raise our kids the right way. And I'm sure you as a board members as well as parents. So please support us as a parents. Thank you.
Hye Lee, followed by Young-Tae Kim and Dulce Abigail Martinez. Are you going to speak to the item? Okay.
Hi, my name is A. Lee. I don't speak English well. Please, I hope you understand. We parents, mom and dad, may not be perfect, but we love and care for our children the best way we can. We work day and night to bring what's best for our children and to meet their needs. We want to have healthy relationship with our children. Please do not take away the parents' part of taking care of our children until our children is old enough to know and decide what is best for themselves. Please pass the parental notification policy to have us parents take part of parenting. Family is more important than anything. So please protect the relationship between parents and children. Please, thank you.
Young-tae Kim. I asked this question because there's nothing written on the card. Are you going to speak to the item?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I stay here to help him to translate?
Sure.
Okay.
저는 79세에 은퇴한 김용태 목사입니다.
Hi, my name is Young-tae Kim. I'm 79 years old. I'm retired pastor.
네, 저는 일생 동안에 이렇게 설교하면서 설교가 제일 자연스러운데 여기는 굉장히 5분 안에 해야 되기 때문에 제 일생에 짧은 설교를 아마 할 것 같습니다.
I'm very, so preaching is my second nature. However, this is going to be my shortest sermon.
예, 제가 여기 캘리포니아에 제 자녀들도 윈네이를 나왔기 때문에 굉장히 프라우드한 그런 마음을 가지고 있습니다.
I'm so proud that all my kids graduated from Whitney High School.
예, 그런데 우리가 요 사이에 그 어린 아이들의 성적인 그런 아주 미래에 정말 부모들과 함께 어려운 그러한 법이 통과됐다는 소식을 듣고 너무나 저는 놀랐습니다.
I was quite shocked that there's a law passed regarding children choosing sexuality.
네. 그래서 하나님께 기도하면서 저에게 말씀한 말씀이 저에게 떠올라서 오늘 그 설교를 짤막하게 하려고 합니다.
So as I pray, I sense this is what God says to me.
네. 에스더 그 왕후에게 모르드게가 너는 왕궁에 있으면서 안전한 줄로 아느냐? 우리 민족이 언제 멸망할 것을 너는 기억하라고 얘기했습니다.
From the Bible, Mordecai told Queen Esther, don't think you are safe in the castle.
네, 내가 만약에 이 악한 법을 알면서도 잠잠하면 너는 이 법을 통하여 다른 사람을 통하여 우리 민족을 구원하겠지만은 그러나 내가 만약에 잠잠하지 아니하고 앞으로 나서면 이 민족이 구원받을 것이다. 이렇게 얘기했습니다.
Don't be silent regarding this evil law. You may help other people. However, if you move forward, then you can save the country.
네. 그러면서 이 에스더에게 얘기한 말씀이 내가 잠잠하지 아니하면 이 민족이 구원을 받겠고 네가 만약 잠잠한다면 너는 이 악한 것에 동참하는 네가 되기 때문에 너도 망할 것이다. 이것이 바로 하나님께서 너를 이 위치에 올려가서 이 민족을 구원하는 그런 길을 주시는 길이 아니겠느냐.
if you stay silent, which means you participate this evil law. God gave you this position to help your own people.
이 말씀을 듣고 저는 여기에서 내가 다리도 지금 아프고 걷는데도 힘이 있었지만 내가 앞으로 가서 꼭 이것이 잘못된 것이라는 거, 여기에 동참한 사람들이나 함께 한 사람들이나 입을 다물고 있는 사람들에게 하나님의 심판이 있을 것이라는 것을 저에게 들려줘서 저는 이 밤에 나왔습니다. 여러분 도와주세요. 우리 이 청소년들의 미래를 위해서, 이 미국의 미래를 위해서 여러분 도와주시길 바랍니다.
Even though it's hard for me to walk, but I want to come to share this message that please help our children by supporting parental notification policy.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Abigail Martinez, followed by Dulce Medi and Belen Roa. And we have 15 minutes left. Need to quickly confirm you're speaking to the agenda item.
Hi, my name is Dulce. We will
So
speak
you're
in
speak-
Spanish. Yes, we have a translator.
Great. You're going to speak to the agenda item?
Yes, about the parents' right.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Buenas noches, honorables presidente de la Junta Directiva Brad Beach, miembros de la Junta Directiva, superintendentes y maestros, comunidad. Estoy aquí para pedirles un favor. Por favor, protegen los derechos de los padres.
Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak. We are here to asking for your help to protect the rights of parents to know what's going on with their children.
Estamos trabajando duro para criar a nuestros hijos con amor y cuidado. No somos perfectos, pero estamos haciendo lo mejor que podemos.
We work hard every day to raise our children to the best of our ability. We all know nobody's perfect. Can anybody say that? No, we're not. But we are trying our best. And a parent knows what's best for their children.
Tenemos mucho miedo de las leyes recientes aprobadas en Sacramento.
We are very frightened when we found out about this new law that takes the rights of parents. It is frightening.
Por favor, de notificar a los padres cuando nuestros hijos reciban tratamiento para cambio de sexo. Nos gustaría que se enfocaran más en su educación académica y no en esta agenda que solamente viene a distorsionar la mente de los niños.
We're asking the board to please inform us when there's going to be any changes or anything that has to do with our children, whether it's medical, whether it's surgery, to transgender. What we would like from you is to emphasize more on giving our children a better education and not support this law that destroys families.
No queremos ser solamente espectadores de lo que pase con nuestros niños en las escuelas. Muchas gracias.
We don't only want to speculate of the things that happen here in our schools when it comes to our children. We want to know. We want to know what's going on. We have a say on it. Thank you so much for your mindful listening.
Esta otra señora viene a hablar su testimonio sobre su hija, lo que pasó con su hija, Abigail Martínez.
We have Abigail Martinez who would like to share a story of what happened to her daughter.
She should actually submit a card on her own. Apologize.
one card per speaker.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry about that.
You can submit another card. You can submit another card. But we're running out of time, so please do so. Dulce Medi. Are you going to speak to the specific item? Thank you.
And I'll speak briefly so she can have some of my time. I appreciate you being here tonight and listening, and I'm just back to encourage you to pass the parental rights policy. I think it's so important that we don't encourage our children to lie to their parents. It's a basic thing that children need to be honest and truthful. I know there's some concern about the lawsuit with Boncha. That was just against Chino. No one's going to be added. 6 other districts, I believe it is, have now a new policy since that lawsuit, and no one has been added. They can't be added. It's not law, it's just guidelines that he's citing. The law is behind us, and so I really would encourage you guys to protect the children and parental rights, and I just think it's so important for parents to be involved in their children's lives and for children to understand they have to be honest, and teachers shouldn't be encouraging children to lie. We've also seen the Spreckles case where a district awarded a mother-daughter $100,000 because it was kept from the mom. So I think that it's really safer to have a policy to be on the offensive to make sure that you're protected from parents finding out about things going on at school that they should have known. So please think about parents, think about kids, think about honesty. And I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Abigail Martinez because I think she has a good story to tell.
Thank you, but unfortunately we have to go in the order of the speakers. So the next one is Belen Roa. Belen Roa. Unfortunately, it would not be fair to the other speakers because we only have so much time. Belen Roa, followed by Mari and Julie. And if you could submit your card, whoever it is that wanted to submit a card.
Buenas noches.
Actually, ask her to make sure that she's speaking on the item because it doesn't say what item she's speaking on. Are you speaking on the item?
Sí, es sobre...
Okay.
Sí, por favor. Okay. Buenas noches, honorable presidente de la Junta Directiva. Brad, miembros de la Junta Directiva, superintendentes, directores, maestros y comunidad.
Good evening, Honorable President, Honorable Board President Brad Beach, members of the board, superintendent, administrators, teachers, and community.
Apoyo los derechos de los padres.
I support parents' rights.
Criar niños en esta cultura con teléfonos, computadoras y medios es un gran desafío para nosotros los padres.
Raising children in this culture with cell phones, computers, media is a huge job for us parents.
Ahora, con leyes que exijan quitarnos nuestros derechos como padres, estamos terriblemente asustados.
Any law existing taking our rights away as parents scares us.
Sabes que los niños no son obedientes a los padres como antes somos padres que trabajan para sobrevivir. No estamos en casa después de la escuela para pasar tiempo con ellos.
You know that children don't obey parents like before. Some parents have to work to survive. We aren't home after school to spend time with them.
Estamos en la oscuridad. Estas leyes, la ley de secuestro AB 665 y la AB 223, cambian de género sin el consentimiento de los padres. Son horribles.
We're in the dark. These laws, such as AB 665 and AB 223, can change gender without parent consent. That's horrible.
Quiero quedarme en ABC. Con excelente educación, por favor, ayúdenos a los padres, infórmenos cuando nuestros hijos estén recibiendo tratamientos médicos y mentales.
I would like to stay in ABC. It is excellent education. Please help us parents and inform us when our children would receive any treatment, any medical treatment, health or mental.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mari? Mari?
Clerk Nishi, Mary already yielded her time to Abigail Martinez, and she was in line, but she didn't know how to write down the card. So that's why I think that it would be best. She's already standing there. Allow her to speak.
I have
Yeah.
to follow the rules.
Right. But she
Point of
was
order,
in line.
Sue, you.
Yeah.
Clerk
Mhm.
Nishi is running the
Okay.
comments.
I apologize. I have to follow the rules, and so there's various other cards that were submitted in advance, and we can always do whatever we wish in terms of. I mean, we have to follow.
Would it be possible if all the speakers yielded their time to Abigail Martinez?
If all of the speakers wish to yield their time, I
Yeah.
can see that. The problem is that then they would not get to speak.
No, not yield their time, yield their, line.
And I think I spoke, now you're calling Mary, that's me. I thought you called me before. I think I spoke for somebody else, and now you're actually calling me. And if that's true, I would like to just give it to Abigail.
I called. Oh, really? So when I called Dolce Medi, you stood up?
I thought I just heard Mary. I didn't hear the before part, but now I hear you're calling me. So I don't know who I spoke for. Sorry, whoever that was, but I think I spoke in someone else's slot.
Let's call the person that.
So call this person.
Okay, then I need Dolce Medi. Dolce Medi is not here? Dulce? She already spoke, okay. There's two Dulces.
So what happened was, I think they wrote 2-3 names in one card. That's what happened. That's what
Right.
I'm saying. Abby Martinez was on the card, is what I'm saying.
I understood.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Let's just go with the next in order.
Yeah, which is Abby Martinez. is my
So
point.
Mari already spoke. So there, Julie, Michelle, Mari Palmer. I'm not exactly sure if what she.
Palmer left. So you
Okay.
take her out.
Thank you. David Festa and Sandra Lawless. This actually says this is on parental rights. So Julie is next.
So, Clerk Nietzsche, sorry to interrupt, but on that card,
Which card?
Dulce, Abby Martinez, and there was one more name. It was all in one card. Yes. So Abby Martinez was there on the card, is why I'm saying that she's lined up to speak. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Dulce and then Abby Martinez. Yeah.
So they all use the same card?
Yeah. And then Abby Martinez made another card separately. But she's standing over there waiting to speak.
Right.
I'm Michelle Wolf, and I was after Julie. Can I yield my time to Abigail?
So I don't have anything in the procedures that says that that's permissible. I have something here. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour each presentation. It doesn't specifically say that it's one card per person.
The problem is, it looked like it was one person.
Understood. So I think we can call this person because the rules don't specifically say that.
Okay.
So who is it that wanted to speak?
Abby Martinez.
Abby Martinez. Abby Martinez.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Board President Brad Beach, board members, superintendent, and all the parents and guardians and grandparents. My name is Abigail Martinez, and I am here to share the painful story of what my daughter Yaeli and I went through. I am sharing the most painful story of my life because I do not want any mother or father to experience the hell I experienced and sadly continue to experience as well. Please, I beg all of you, all to know and understand the law and how they are destroying families. My daughter was an ordinary young girl who loved dresses and pretty things. As we moved schools, she was bullied in middle school. Sorry. And with her teen years, her insecurity, and so many other factors, she fell into depression. I tried so hard to help her, but felt helpless. I had no idea that the school she was groomed by an older trans friend and the school psychology to attend to the LGBT club. And from there, the whole situation was on its way to hell. My daughter's trans friend and their mom took my daughter to their house without my permission, as they realized that my family and I were looking for her. Jaylee's friend and her mom dropped her off at the police station after 2 days of being in their house. Police eventually called Child Protect Service to take her away. She was 16 at the time. After fighting in court for my daughter, and that authorities could focus on her mental health, instead the judge signed off on my behalf for Jaylee to get started with hormone treatment. Consequently, I could not see her when she needs her family the most. She was separated from her parent, from me and her siblings, and the whole family, and put in a group home, which was where she started the hormone treatment therapy, thinking this was the solution for her depression. I asked and wish the mental health professionals will have addressed her depression instead of leading my daughter to transitioning her body through hormone therapy.
1 minute.
Jay fell into depression, kneeled down before a train and passed away at the age of 19. Today is 4 years, 2 months, 3 days that my daughter passed. I cannot describe the pain I felt and still feel today. I trust the school system at the time, but they failed me, they failed my family, and most important, they failed my Jaylee. Now who will take responsibility for my daughter's life? So many girls have transitioned and surgeries and regret it afterward. I beg and plead with the board members, leaders, and community, please have consideration for parents and families. We work tirelessly day and night to raise our children. We're not perfect, but we are doing our best.
Thank you.
Yielded the time for Abigail Martinez, the previous speaker.
So just to inform the board president that we are actually 5 minutes over the hour, which is the time that we have.
I'll bring it back to the board. I'm in favor of extending the time for public comment.
Second?
Everybody
Somebody's
agree?
going to make
Yes.
a motion.
Yeah. Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank
the
you.
next one is Julie.
She has more time, as I was mentioning, because Mary Barkett yielded her time.
So you can't actually, we don't have a
Oh,
procedure
okay.
for that. At least I don't see that here. Montserrat Garcia? Is there a Montserrat Garcia?
Please let us finish our story, okay?
Sir, sit down, please. Let's keep order in here, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
We
So
heard
we
from
have
her.
Montserrat Garcia. That's subsequent. Okay, I don't see that name. Julie, please come forward.
So it is.
Do you plan to speak on the specific agenda item?
I want to, but it is not possible for give my time to her. It's
No,
not possible.
unfortunately, we don't have a procedure for that. I'm sorry.
Because her story has to be told, other than mine. Her story is more powerful than anybody's here.
I apologize. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. We need to keep a decorum. Audience, we need to keep a decorum. I'm going to say it one more time. We need to have a decorum here. This is a school board meeting. So unfortunately, I don't have the authority to do that.
Clerk Nishi, 1 minute, please. Mr. Baca, can we get your opinion about as to whether people can yield time?
Pursuant to our board policies. Excuse me, can we let the council speak?
The board has passed a policy, and that policy indicates that there's a certain amount of time that is permissible under the Brown Act. So the board would have to adopt a new policy that would allow for additional time. I think the public has not been informed, that has not been agendized. So if the board wants to do it, it must agendize it at the next meeting.
Okay, so there'll be 2 public comments after this item, and you can continue to speak in either of those, but we're going to let all the speakers speak. Okay, thank you.
Actually, let me ask council. So if it's to the specific agenda item, and we've allotted an hour, but we are allowing actually the rest of these items, these persons to speak, do they get to come back in the second public comment section to discuss the specific item again?
They do not.
Okay, thank you, council. So Julie, you are next. Do you wish to talk to the specific agenda item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie. I am a mother of 3 boys. I'm here to ask the support of parental notification policy. I have believed that the parents and the schools are working as good partners with the same goals in our children, providing our children quality education and healthy environment. I have believed that schools and parents are also teaching the important characteristics that our children need to learn in their lives: integrity, diligence, honesty, compassion, patience, justice, and many more. We as parents are responsible for our children's well-being physically and emotionally. We are the ones who have sacrificed so much for our children, and we are the ones who stay up all night when they get sick or hurt. I am pleading to all the board members to support parental notification policy. Thank you.
Michelle Wolf? Do you wish to speak to the specific agenda?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Here's a few laws that have gone into place over the years since 1999. One is AB 537. It permits teachers and students to openly proclaim and display their homosexuality, bisexuality, and transsexuality. In 2000, AB 1785, all K through 12 public schools are required to include human relations education in order to foster an appreciation of California's diverse population. In 2003, SB 71, a new sexual health standard, teaches children's grade 5 through 12 that any consensual sexual behavior is safe as long as you're protected with a condom. Teaches that homosexuality, bisexuality, and transsexuality are normal. and there's many more, but I'll cut down further. On 2010, SB 543 allows school staff to remove children aged 12 or older from government schools and take them off campus for counseling sessions without parental permission or involvement. In 2011, SB 45 mandates that children in grades K through 12 in all instruction in social sciences admire the role and contributions of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans. Public schools must implement the requirements through supplementary materials, i.e. handouts, homosexual biographies, classroom discussions, essay, and other homework, outside speakers, drag queen story time, et al., videos, dramas, etc. Anyway, these laws are very unconstitutional. We, the parents, don't like things like this, and we ask that you support the family and do not support Governor Newsom's or any of these laws that are put in unconstitutionally. So there are 7 other districts in the state of California that are not following Gavin Newsom's laws, and we can do that as well. So you as a board can choose not to follow these laws. Thank you.
David Festa, I'm presuming AB 223 relates to parental notification.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Festa. Hi, board. Hi, everybody here. Thank you for your time. I'm currently in a master's degree program to get certification for working with special education, moderate to severe. I have a previous master's degree, which I've pursued over the years in fine art. I've worked in the special education field for over 20 years, privately with families, and had great success integrating both art and my professional career with the students and helping them grow as individuals. One of my concerns is greatly about parental rights. As a teacher going in California, I care about empirical data. I want to communicate truth and facts. And as far as my research has gone, when Admiral Levine says that transgenderism is scientific, my understanding is what he's actually saying is that the medical technology functions scientifically. So you can administer a puberty blocker and it will function as a puberty blocker. But as to the idea that there are more divergent sexual genders, this is not happening in science at all. So my question is, if you are asking me, and I would love to teach in this district, I grew up in Cyprus, I love the people here, my friends are multi-ethnic. If you're asking me to lie to parents when I'm aware that you are unscientifically, and I will just mention 2 people I'd like you guys to look at. Dr. Mary Goodman, she wrote a book. It's called Lost in Transnation. She's for 20 years compiled this. She focuses on, to the young lady that was speaking, she focuses on the parents who are robbed and put in these situations. Sometimes one parent's on board with their kids transing. The other parent isn't on board with the kids transing. And one of those parents will live in silent fear of the fact that because they have been accused of addressing the fact that they don't agree with their child's choice, that it's unscientific, and those parents will sit in silence and have their child stole from them. And this is what they experience. And so my concern as a teacher is I don't know how you plan to attract highly qualified individuals who come from this community when you are passing laws that, to me, if you understand the nature of intersectionality, it's going to get deep real quick, but I'll make it smart. Patriarchy theory comes from the term attacking patriarchy. If you are a Muslim, if you are a Christian, or if you are a Jew, you understand that the patriarchs of those religions are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So it is not lost on me when we are using medical science to possibly bully out people that we don't like, that have religious views that we don't like. And we're going to use fake versions of science, and we're going to pass laws that we don't know work, and we're going to use your kids as an experiment. And I don't want to be a part of that. So if you guys want talented individuals who have high credentials, and in California, we pass laws because we need teachers. And we'll even have teachers be teachers with no teaching credential. So maybe you should care about high quality teachers being there and not inducting people with having them lie about science and then asking them to be a teacher. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Sandra? And I don't have to ask because you actually put it on your card.
Hi,
My name is Sandy, and I have been a resident in this district for 32 years. I had a chance of about a month or two ago to speak with you then. I want to thank you for allowing the extension so that all sides could be heard, because I've been hearing only one side tonight. As I heard our policies being read, I was very pleased to hear about the parental and the student rights and procedures that are currently in place. I'll say that again. I concur with what is currently in place. And as a resident of this district, I know I am not the only one. We have certainly a group of people here tonight that are presenting something, and it seems to me that there's a misunderstanding. A bill was passed at the state level. If you have a problem with a state level bill, you go to the state level to have it addressed.
Excuse me. No outside comments with her time. Thank you.
So, I want to say that I feel that we have an outstanding district. I think that the district is working in the best interest of our students, which is what their job is to do. At this point, at no time are we talking about taking away parent rights. The state bill stands as its own, but right now we have a mental health crisis that is crushing our nation, and especially our young people. And it's important for students to have a safe place that they can go to and be accepted for who they are. The other thing that I keep hearing tonight is it seems like people are grouping all age groups together. Things are very different, as we heard, from 7th grade on. There are certain things that are happening. But your children who are in elementary school, parental rights are definitely unlimited. They are informed of any kinds of infractions and concerns and things like that are happening. What we're looking at is middle to high school as our students develop into it. And being a good citizen is what our schools need to teach. That has nothing to do with race or gender identity or anything like that. And with things being at risk across our nation for many, many freedoms, I have to be concerned that we are looking to lock down more within this school district. Parents have to ensure that their children will talk to them. They have to be aware and nurture a loving relationship that is open and that they will accept their children no matter what kind of problem they have, including mental health issues. And I'm also hearing that people seem to be under the impression that schools are prescribing medications. They're not. Schools are provoking homosexuality. They are not. You don't read about a gay character and go, oh, I'm going to try that. No, that's not how it works. If you read about what is happening with sexuality and what's happening with our transgender youth, they have a very tough road to go. And I certainly give condolences to the mother who has lost a child, and it's because of that high rate of suicide that some of these nice, good practices are being put in place so that if your home does not accept for who you are, you can still get the mental health services and support that you need. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you do not go down the road of taking away our student rights to be the humans that they need to be.
Thank you. Are there any more cards in the box? Can we check the tin? Thank you. Ray Gare, parental notification. This will be followed by Ha Se Hua.
Good evening, President Beach, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Administrative Cabinet, teachers, nurses, students, parents, and members of the ABC community. My name is Ray Gare. I'm President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. First off, I'd just like to thank everybody for being here tonight. I think the democratic process is the cornerstone of what we do in America, and a school board meeting is an important place for us to have discussions. And I think everybody's intention here is centered on the right thing, is about the health and welfare of students.
Excuse me, quiet in the background, please. Thank you.
I believe parents are the most important teachers for their students, for their kids. They spend the most time with them. They have the most influence. And, I would encourage every parent to have, important, meaningful conversations about any topic with their sons and daughters at the youngest age possible. About everything. You should be able to have those conversations. And if you feel like that your son or daughter is struggling and having mental health issues, then just as we do here in the school district, you advocate. You take your son or daughter to a hospital. You call counseling. You use every resource possible to help them through that time. I think that's what we're all worried about. We're worried about the mental health of our sons and daughters. I have two kids of my own, an 18-year-old and a 22-year-old that went through the pandemic during high school, and it was really difficult for them. And we're still suffering, the after effects of the pandemic. Thank you. So I think, we're all struggling with what's happening with our sons and daughters, and we have to work that out. I understand you want to, you're asking for changes for this board to make, but they're not going to break the law, and teachers, you can't ask teachers to break the law. We're here, to make sure that everybody understands the law of the land. We teach students the law of the land, because that's what this is supposed to be, law and order in America. Now, there are ways to change laws. That's why we have democratic voting. So
Excuse me, sir.
Please.
Excuse me.
Sure I am. So I think tonight was a great example of the board providing information, about parents, parent notifications, and all the things that we do in the public school system. I think it was really important. It's important for the community to know all the mandated reporting that we have to do, meaning if we know something, we have to tell an administrator as teachers and nurses. We don't hold secrets. If we hold secrets, we can lose our credential, we can lose our livelihood. So we follow the law of the land. If you want to change things, you have to change them in Sacramento. You can't ask a school board to break the law. I just want you to know that teachers are doing their job. Our curriculum that we teach is from the state. It is, of course, looked at by parents. They get a chance to look at what books are chosen, but what is covered in those books is chosen by the state. So all these things that you say that teachers are doing is not the reality. So, I thank the board for putting this information item on there. I think it's important for the community to know all the safeguards there are for students to ensure their safety, ensure their mental health, ensure that they are successful and succeed in life. So I want to thank you for putting the informational item on there. And just thank you for hearing everybody's comments too.
Ha, say Hua. Ha? Is Ha here? It says trustworthy relationship. Is this to the item that we have before the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sewa Ha. I am here to ask you all to protect parents' rights. The parents of ABCUSD want our children to be successful in academy as they grow up as trustworthy adults, taught by trustworthy teachers. Please support parents' right. Please support parents' right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that exhausts the public comments on this specific item, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Nishii. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments or questions.
Mr. President, it's getting to 9:30. I don't know if the student trustees are still here.
They left.
They've gone? Okay, I was going to ask to advance the item, but it looks like they'll come next. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Suyu.
Yes, thank you, President Beach, and really thank our legal counsel and the community and President of the union just mentioning that it is true that some of these bills are from Sacramento, and I want to share and really appreciate our ABC district. In the last 10 years I've been on the board, we start out saying parents' rights and responsibilities on our policy. The governing board recognizes that parents, guardians of district students have certain rights as well as responsibilities related to the education of their children. Yeah, and if you read this, this is so good. We have a great policy in place, and I hope that we can continue and uphold this policy. However, this policy was updated in 2009. That's what Attorney Sarah Young said, right? So we have not been able to update our board policy for about 14 years, right? Correct? And the question I have for Mr. Jimbaka is, so when there's bills that pass from the state, and we are just, we have to comply, correct? And we have to incorporate those laws into our policy?
For the most part, yes.
We do, right? And so what I would like to know is how young in this section where all students shall have the right to obtain confidential medical care or confidential counseling in this section, how young, is there an age limit?
I'll let Sarah answer that.
I can answer that.
Okay.
So there are provisions of education code, family code, and health and safety code that provide that when a student is 12, that is when they can start obtaining counseling without a parent being informed. So in the educational setting, which is what matters for you, they can go see the counselor in the educational setting and talk about items of personal interest without a counselor informing a parent. If they're talking about academic items, educational items, absolutely full communication with parents. But personal items at the age of 12.
So any children under 12 have to have parental consent?
So it's not necessarily consent. I want you to imagine that a 7-year-old is crying on the playground that they've been bullied. We're not going to say, wait, I have to call your parent before I can talk to you. But we do inform parents. Ongoing counseling, typically the practice is consent. But we're going to see a student who's in an urgent crisis without consent, but not without informing a parent if they're under 12.
So if the student under 12 needs mental counseling, would they need a parental consent with our current policy?
Your current practice, I'm not sure what that looks like, but your policy, the law says yes, you would need to get consent for ongoing counseling if they're under 12.
Okay.
So I can answer the question about our current practice. Our practice would be that if we have children pretty much of any age, we're going to interact with the parent to let them know. But if we're dealing with an emergency right then, one time, we're going to help the child and then communicate with the parent. But to see someone on a regular basis, we're going to communicate with families because we want that to be part of it and part of the process. The only time that wouldn't happen is if there was something happening where there's potentially a dangerous situation. And in that case, we're not even going to make that decision. We would be working with law enforcement or child protective services.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the policy in place in our district that does support any students who's suicidal or any children who's suicidal, whatever the age is. If that cause of that depression or the suicide or that danger is home, then of course you don't want to contact the parents. However, I would like our policy to have the age limit where any children under 12 would need parents' consent before they can start mental health counseling, because it's not really on our policy.
You done?
Yeah, and yeah, for now, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Ogrios.
Thank you. And just for clarification, since we do have legal counsel here, could we discuss putting a policy in place that contradicts state law?
That would not be advisable.
Thank you. I didn't want to engage because I said a lot last time, but I will take a minute to read the rest of the policy that board member you started to. The continuance, the title is Parent Rights and Responsibilities, and it states that parents, guardians shall have the opportunity to work with schools in a mutually supportive and respectful partnership and to help their children succeed in school. It goes on to say that the board believes that the education of the district students is a shared responsibility. The superintendent or designee shall work with parents, guardians to determine appropriate roles and responsibilities of parents and guardians, school staff, and students for continuing the intellectual, physical, emotional, and social development and well-being of students at each school site, including the means by which the schools and parents and guardians can help students achieve academic and other standards of the school. Within the framework, the school's primary responsibility shall be to provide a high-quality curriculum and instructional program in a supportive and effective learning environment that enables all students to meet the academics expectations of the school. So with that, again, remind our board about what our role is. And we are here to ensure that this, in fact, is being implemented and respected at all of our school sites. Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
Are you done? I am. Okay. So in relation to the request by Sue Yu regarding mental health and consulting parents if the child is under 12, is that consistent with California state law?
Yes, it's consistent throughout all the health and family code, health and safety code, and education code that 12 is a key age where we start relying on student consent or child consent as opposed to parental notification and parent consent, unless there's indicators of harm or abuse, clear indicators of harm or abuse in the home.
So the requested change by Sue Yu is actually congruent with state law.
It would just be a clarification
It's
as
clarification of
opposed to
existing
an
policy.
ambiguous statement.
Correct. All right. Actually, there may be some issues in our policies that aren't 100% congruent with current state laws.
I think there's just some opportunities to clarify, given that some of your policies are from the 90s.
Okay.
Just to update.
And so we do have a policy and procedure where we send action items to the Legislative Review Committee to make those evaluations with advice that I'm sure you'll provide to them.
I can do the following today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions and a comment. Would it be worthwhile for us to update our policies?
It'd be worthwhile to do a review, but your policies are aligned with a lot of the concerns that we heard today. They focused, as many of you said, on keeping parents informed, having a partnership with parents. I heard a lot of concerns from many of the speakers about an idea of secrecy. There are policies that say explicitly, we do not tell parents. That was not in the language that we read to you today. The language we read to you today was about partnerships, informing parents. That's consistent with what I've heard. That's consistent with your practices here. I also heard speakers talk about concerns about giving students medication, medical transition. That's not in your policy. And in fact, you have policies that prohibit giving medicine to students without parent consent. That's consistent with law. You know, we've looked at your policies. They're consistent with your practices. And I know that you've talked with Mr. Baca. There's litigation in this area. Things will be more resolved probably very shortly. So making drastic changes one way or another that you're going to have to possibly come back and change again might not be advisable.
You just led into my next question, and in both of your professional opinions, what will be the outcome of the Chino lawsuit?
It depends on what level of the courts that it goes to. So there is the potential that it could go to the Supreme Court, if not the California, if not the U.S. Supreme Court, then certainly the California Supreme Court. And it's difficult to predict what the courts are going to determine, because there are competing rights: the right to privacy of students and the right of parents to control what their children are doing.
Okay. Well, I'll just conclude by saying, as a
Oh,
parent,
can I
finish?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. As a parent, I want to be fully informed of everything that goes on with my daughters, and I hope they know that they can come to me. Frankly, I haven't met a parent on either side of the aisle that doesn't want to know everything that's going on with their own children. So at this time, I'll bring it back to the board. Sue?
While I really appreciate our board, so far I've really seen our educators, teachers, principals, our district staff, they really respect the parental rights and working with the parents. That's really been our practice, I know that. But I wanted to ask you, when in 2009, when this was updated, I would like to know when this number 20, all students shall have the right to obtain confidential medical care or confidential counseling related to diagnosis or treatment of a drug or alcohol-related problem, mental health treatment, without the consent of his or her parent. When was this incorporated into this policy? Do you know? Does anyone know?
I don't know. I know it's consistent with Education Code 4909.1.12.
Do you know?
Well, it says here revised 10/6/2009, so that's the date that it would have been last amended.
Okay, so no, this one particularly, when was this put in? Without parental consent. Number 20 on page
I think
103.
that would require some inquiry.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking that is this means a minor can leave campus to receive confidential medical procedure, correct? Yeah, correct? Yeah. So as a mom of 4 daughters, a 12-year-old is very young. It's an age where I would like to know what's going on. And if my daughter is going through mental health, depression, or whatever the problem is, I want to be there for my daughter. That's parents, that's mom, whatever. I will go to the gates of hell to help my daughter. So that's why I want to know.
Decorum.
Yeah.
Decorum.
I want to know, and I want to make this public that when the laws are made in Sacramento, it's not the district that we determine, but we are forced to comply, and we have to follow. And the reason why I brought this up tonight was because I really believe that our district have a collaborative relationship between the educators, the parents, the union, and I really hope that we can stay on course by updating our policy. It doesn't have to reflect the Chino Valley policy, but a policy that is aligned with our current policy. We cannot really override. The kids already have the consent. They can do things without parental consent. However, we can put in some verbiage that does assure parents. And I think it's very important for our ABC district to know that our district and our board really values the parents' involvement in the education, whatever it may be, medical, mental, whatever it is. And I'm sure that our legal counsel will help us with the verbiage so that it kind of meets both. You know, it doesn't have to go one extreme to the other. And our policy says the board believes that the education of the district students is a shared responsibility. The superintendent or designee shall work with parents, guardians to determine appropriate roles and responsibilities of parents, guardians, school staff, and students for continuing the intellectual, so forth. So this is our board policy, and this is our vision. And I hope that we can stay on course to do this so that we can support the educators to do what they do best, which is to focus on math and English and not having to worry that, oh, what do I do? Can I tell the parents? Should I not? You know, if we have a policy that will protect the educators, because some of the educators have different values, you know, and I know that a lot of these laws and bills are really tying the hands of our educators. I've seen that a lot in the 10 years. I'm not blaming our district, but that is the truth, right? And I really believe that the lawmakers lack the common sense. Some of the lawmakers don't have kids of their own, but the parents who raised kids, who wept with moms, you know, it really breaks my heart. This is not about politics. This is beyond partisan, left or right, but this is about common sense and protecting. You know, and also, I know that some of you guys have rumors about me supporting, you know, about the homeschool and all that stuff. But, you know, most of the families cannot homeschool because they're working full-time. But they are so afraid to send their kids to school. They don't have a choice, you know, and we really do need to think about some of these bills pushing down on our school districts, controlling. No, I want our district to thrive because the reality is that most families cannot homeschool because both mom and dad has to work, which means they're spending more time on social media and cell phones and computer. By the time they reach 12, there's no reason but the kids are lost. But we have to inform and work with the parents. How can we allow a 12-year-old to do things and have mental, you know, counseling from a young medical professional without parents' involvement? A parent can take away the cell phone. I smashed my daughter's cell phone before. We take away the cell phone and we get a call from Child Protective Service. What are we to do? We're afraid. And so this is not for my children. My daughter is 19, the youngest. This is for the entire community, especially the working class. So I really, really want to ask the board to consider updating our board policy, because I know that our district will thrive by supporting the parents. We may, and Jim Baca will help us with all his might to help us have a policy that is aligned with our current policy as well as to support the parents. So I'd like to make a motion, if you allow me to. Is the discussion ended?
You can
No.
make your,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
I'd still like my chance
Okay.
to speak.
You will.
I will wait.
There can be a motion, a second, and still discussion.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to bring back this item and update our board policy as an action item for our next board meeting.
Okay, before you do that, the next board meeting is the transition, and policies usually go through the legislative committee. So it might be 2 or 3 months. It would be hard to get it on the next agenda. Are you open to just at the next available meeting?
Okay, what is the process?
Mr. President.
The process for getting something on the agenda, I mean, under your board policy, any member of the public or any board member can place something on the agenda as a discussion or information item. If you wanted an action item, that determination is made by the board president or the board itself. So if you want an action item, you have to make a motion that the matter comes on the board as an action item. There has to be specificity under your policy, exactly what you are looking for. At this point, I'm not sure what your motion would be. So.
To update the policy.
Mr. President, if I may,
Point of order?
I don't know, may I speak?
No, no. Sue, you has the floor, and then Ernie's next.
So we can put it on the action item, correct?
The board can place a matter on the agenda as an action item with the majority of the board.
Yeah. Majority of the parents, 99.9%, when they find out about the recent bills that passed in Sacramento, they will
Is this part of the motion?
stand up. So I like to.
Excuse me, Board President, is this part of the motion?
Ms. Sue,
Yes, just make a motion.
Can you restate the motion, please?
Okay. I like to make a motion to bring back this item to action as an action item to update our board policy, specifically number 20, for parental notification with age specific, with the language.
Okay. Okay, it's been first and second in. There's more discussion. Clerk Nashi.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I also agree that we should have clarity for parents and have verbiage that they can rely upon, which would enable them to know what their rights are and be know that the school is on their side. In fact, our current policies, as Mr. Baca has indicated, do comply with state law for the most part. I do realize that it is a little bit dated, but the issue, I think, however, is that the law is changing due to the current cases before, right now, the state court, but also subsequently, we know that there's going to be an appeal and Supreme Court decision probably on the same issue because this is a hot topic. And unless Mr. Baca wants to come and do this for free, which I would love for you to volunteer that, we would have to do this twice, potentially, because we know that the state of the law is changing radically because of these cases. And also, I caution us to bypass our current policy and procedures where we do have a legislative review committee which does look at the particular policies that we have first. They go through an analysis, they make a determination, and provide us some sort of guidance. When we skip our procedures and policies, we actually make our existing policies weaker, and so it becomes more subject to challenge. So to make your requested changes stronger, we should follow our current procedures in the way we've always done things for the last 30 years, because if we go aside from what we have done in the past, the problem is that some future plaintiff, and there are plenty of them out there, is going to sue us because we didn't follow our procedures. And as Mr. Baca knows, that will be a basis upon which we can pay more legal fees. And rather than pay more legal fees and change the law not once, but twice, maybe there's going to be another appeal beyond that, and then we get into lawsuit. All of that, I'd rather spend our money on things that Dr. Castro talked about, which is math, English, science, and improving our scores. Unfortunately, nobody here in this room wanted to talk about math, English, science. They'd rather talk about these issues, and it's very important. I understand that. It is very important. But I think math is important. I think we are a school district. We need to focus in on the things that are important, and when we can change things, because those decisions will come out probably within a short amount of time. At least we'll have some lower court decisions. There'll be some guidance, there'll be some law, and we can safely and correctly make the changes that are compliant. I know that the changes that you're asking are not radical. They're not crazy, and actually they probably do help, but to make one specific change and not consider how it ripples throughout all of our policies, everything that we do, just changing one part, then they're going to say, well, how come you didn't change this part to comply with it? How come you didn't change this part? So I think it would be better if we followed council advice, not expend a ton of legal resources, and basically it's not my money, it's the students' money, and pursue this at the appropriate time. That is my hope. And I'm sure you agree that we shouldn't unnecessarily spend it on legal fees on the policies that will be changing. And it's going to be a moving target. And we'll have our legislative, if we skip the legislative review policy, I guess we could do that. But then, why do we have them? Why do we have people review what we appointed from the community that have kids in our district? Why do we bypass them? Other people are going to see that. And that's going to make the current policy that you wish to have more subject to lawsuit and loss. I like the idea, the 12 months, and I'm sure that is consistent with the law because I know what the other part of the law says. But if we just do one part and we don't do the whole review and go through the policies, I think we make a grave error. I think it becomes a real situation where your aims are not fulfilled because we did a shortcut. And every time whenever we do a shortcut, we know that's a problem, right? I know intellectually and emotionally we want to change. I want to address the issue of that child or that parent who lost their child due to these situations. But we are a school board that must consider the specific individual, that specific parent, along with how to implement what we want in the long run, not the next 2 weeks. Let's say we change it next month, but then the law changes and we have to redo this whole thing again, or we get sued. I prefer we don't do that. I really think that we should rethink this, take the advice of counsel, which we pay a lot of money for, and go from there. So would you reconsider?
Can I speak?
Yes.
No, there's someone
sorry.
else.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me go to Dr. Rios, please.
I think I left out a part of our policy, again, parents' rights and responsibility, that states that the superintendent or designee shall ensure that parents, guardians receive notification regarding to their rights in accordance to law. I think to consider Board Member Sue's suggestion, I mean, we already have policies in line with state law. I think doing something different, we've already agreed that we need to update our policy, but our guidance has been to wait until the decision is made. I think the idea of doing it now would potentially contradict state law, which we have been advised not to do. It could potentially open us up for litigation, and in a board that is so financially conservative and looks out for every penny of our district, I'd be very shocked to know that you're considering, again, litigation that could potentially cost the district a lot of money. That is it. Thank you.
Mr. Bach, I just have a quick question for you. The number 20 that Ms. Yu mentioned earlier about what the students can do without parental consent, I've spoken extensively with the superintendent about this, and they do try to encourage the students to talk to their parents. Is there any reason we couldn't put in here that staff would attempt to talk to the student about talking to their parents?
No, I think in Board Policy 5145.3, there's specific language that suggests that with respect to transgender and non-conforming students, that indicates a student's transgender is private information, and the district will only disclose information to others with students' prior written consent, except when the disclosure is otherwise required by law or when the district has compelling evidence that disclosure is necessary. So there is leeway in the policy that would allow for disclosure in situations where the feeling of the district is there's some potential harm. So rewriting that particular provision to somewhat mirror this provision would not be inappropriate.
Okay. Ms. Suyu, before I give the mic back to you, would you consider amending your motion to have them look at all of our policies regarding parental rights, not just this number 20?
Oh, absolutely.
And make any
Yes.
updates or corrections?
Yes.
Okay. Suyu.
Okay, I'm not going to compete with Ernie, who is an attorney, okay? But I'm just going to be simple and direct. The recent few months, so many bills have passed. And one of the bill is where a minor can, hide and change the gender and name, without notifying parent. Forget about consent, but you don't even have to notify. So with all these bills that are passed, which is separate from our district, but people are afraid. People are really afraid. So that is why I think that this is very important time for us to take a step to assure the parents that the board is behind the parents, that we are a team and we are a partner, by especially protecting children under 12. We don't have a language for that age, and we need it, because 9, 10-year-olds are exposed to social media a lot. So that's why we need to update our board policy. And as far as the legal, I did some research. Banta only sued Chino Valley. No other district have been sued. Yeah. And our board policy language will be different than Chino. We don't have to follow that. So there's no reason why we would be sued. But we don't have to wait 2-3 years until it goes to the Supreme Court and a final decision is made. That could be 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. And during that time, we have all these, families and parents in fear and dreading pulling their kids out. If we have updated policy, this is going to help our, school district assure the parents, even invite parents from other districts to come to our, school district. I'm pretty sure of that. And we need that right now. And so that's why I'm very adamant about expanding to the other, we have to look at the other, language too and update it, because, we haven't updated since 2009. And this is very urgent. This is urgent. If you go out there and talk to the parents, it's urgent. I would like this continue and push on with the motion that I made. Yeah.
Okay. One more comment, Clerk Nashii.
I know you're not suggesting that we break state law. I'm pretty sure you're not suggesting that. I would never think that. However, the law of the state of California is still going to be the law of the state of California. Now, if you want to make our policies stronger, we go through our legislative review committee. And so if you decide to do it on the very next agenda, so I'm not actually sure what the motion is. It was initially 12 months, only item 20. President Beach decided to add on the entire policy. But I am presuming that President Beach would also enable our legislative review committee go through this policy, review it, have council review it, even though the law is changing due to the emergency status of the law that you would think is out there. At least we could have the fact that we are following our policy and going through our regular thing. So we couldn't do it, say, in December, because that's when we have our transition. And I'm sure you're not out advocating to have that kind of action item during December, but potentially January or February, where we give the Legislative Review Committee a chance. I'd like to ask that question.
Sue, are you okay with this motion reading that it would go through our legal counsel, our legislative committee, and then be put on the next available agenda? Is that satisfactory?
So we don't have to, the policy is already good. We just need to update it and put in the verbiage. And I think going through our legal counsel, Sarah Young and Jim Baca is enough. And we could just go ahead and do it in December and move on.
You want to, okay, so you want to do it during the transition?
Yeah.
Okay, I call the question, Mr. President.
Okay. Roll call vote, please, Danielle, and this is just to end debate.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Mr. Peach?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's to agendize at the December meeting a revision of this policy. Danielle, roll call, please.
Mr. Noyola?
No.
Dr. Eugenio?
No.
Dr. Rios?
No.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
No?
Mr. Beach?
No.
Motion failed 1-5.
I'd like to make a motion to have this policy revised and seen by legal counsel, go through our legislative committee, and be put on the following month's agenda after that's been completed.
Seconded by Noyola.
Roll call, please, Danielle.
Actually, Council, can we do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. We're going to go for another 30 minutes and then take a break, and we'll have to extend the meeting, most likely. Okay, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the meeting of November 7, 2023?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 17, 2023?
Motion approved, Eugenio. Seconded by Noyola.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay. President's report. I want to first send my thoughts and prayers to the Soriano family for the tragedy that happened at Cerritos High School. We are all heartbroken. During the last couple of weeks, I visited 3 schools for my 30 and 30 visits, Cerritos High School, Kennedy, and Tracy High School. I toured the Head Start program at Kennedy with Assemblymember Quirk Silva. I want to thank her for the visit and thank her for listening to us about some of our needs in the district. I attended the Nixon Red Ribbon event at Nixon, and I invited the founder of the Red Ribbon Week, Henry Lozano, and he spoke to the kids. I want to thank him for that. I attended the Optimist Club dinner, the Nixon Awards and Halloween Parade, met with the ABC FT retiree chapter, attended the ABC District Halloween party, and I have to say the skits about Tuan were wonderful. Visited Haskell. We welcomed our sister school from Japan. Attended the Carver Clusters. Went to Gars High School's Dia de los Muertos, and attended the Diwali Festival at Lille. All right. Now the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. As many of you have heard, one of our students sadly lost their life this week. We are all saddened by the passing of Cerritos High School student Ethan Soriano, and our thoughts are with Ethan's family and friends during this difficult time. We have assigned additional mental health professionals to the high school to help students and staff work through this grieving process. And we also remind families and staff that we have free mental health referral programs in place through Care Solace should additional support be needed. We hope that you will join us in keeping the Soriano family in your thoughts. And at this time, I'd like us to take a moment of silence to remember Ethan. Thank you. That's my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. Okay, we'll move along to the employee representative reports. Mr. Ray Gear. Saw him earlier. Mr. Ray Gear.
Pardon me, nature called. Good evening again. Ray Gare, President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Just wanted to say that teachers, elementary teachers, just finished they're finishing their first trimester, and so they're finishing their report cards. It's a week earlier than we normally do it, and so just I want the community I want to make you aware that we've made adjustments over the last couple of years, and I want to thank the parents for being so fluid about when we're going to do parent conferences, and so just get to parent conferences. We used to do parent conferences at the end of the trimester in November. Sometimes they went into December. So that's a whole trimester that goes by, and then you bring your sons or daughter in there and you talk about their grades, and a whole trimester has gone by and possibly they've fallen really far behind. So over the last couple of years, we've worked with policy, and now we have parent conferences 6 weeks after the school year starts, which was great, because then at the beginning of the school year, parents can sit down with the teachers. They can talk about baselines, talk about what's going on in the classroom, interventions. There's a real partnership that's going on instead of waiting for a whole trimester to go by. So I want to thank the community for being really patient with us, as a district, moving our start date. So it started earlier, and we started a week earlier this year, and it's made a difference in the way we do things. I think that's it. I just want to thank the parents for being, real patient with that. It was nice to see all the results that, we're really starting to get a grip on, what's going on in academics here in ABC. I want to thank the cabinet for just their efforts, and, we'll just have a good year. Continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. I see that Councilmember Frank Yokoyama is in attendance. I want to thank you for being here, sir. Thank you. Okay, public comments, and this is public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Clerk Nishii.
I have Megan, maybe? Oh, she left. Sorry. Okay, so that's not there. I don't see any other public comments. Yeah, I don't see any other public comments.
It looks like she has
we
a
have
card.
some items that are specific. Okay.
Mr. Nishi, I'm sorry, my card's not there. I put a card in the thing.
Oh, were you the one about the swimming pool?
Yes.
Then you can come up. Are you Megan?
No, I'm Dina. Prior, my card should be up there.
I saw her put a card in the can. It might still be in there.
That's maybe the one that fell. I can't find it.
Well, I will. I believe there was one that was not found, so I'm presuming you did submit a card.
Yeah.
Come on up. I don't need to reread the discussion regarding public comments, but we are limited 1 hour, 5 minutes. Please don't talk negatively about our employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board, for making this time and space for us. Gosh, after hearing everything tonight, I'm almost embarrassed to excuse me. I'm almost embarrassed to even bring this up, but my condolences to the families that that lost children. It's heartbreaking. So, but my name is Dina Pryor. I'm the aquatics coach at Gar High School, and I made a promise to my kids, my team, to push through with this. And so I'm just here again to bring up The fact that, well, first I was here about a month ago talking about the possibility of getting us a pool on GAR's campus, and I just wanted to let you know that I had a meeting with Mr. McDonald, who is our assistant vice principal. I don't know if you guys had any influence in that happening, but I'm grateful that I got the chance to have a conversation with him and start a discussion with us getting a pool, and it went very well. It was positive, and he let me know there are steps to this whole process. I'm new to this whole education thing. So anyway, so he let me know there are steps, and that the first thing, I guess, is that we'll have to finish construction that's being done on site, which completely makes sense. And then he did mention that we would possibly have a meeting with Mr. Hernandez, who is the principal at my high school, which would be great. And then potentially we could go to the district's facilities director person and potentially present my business plan for us to have a pool. Just a couple notes on that. I did speak with the architect, and he let me know that that we could basically get the Torrance Aquatic Center without the buildings for about $15 million. And he also let me know that well, we're going to be meeting to discuss the logistics side as far as placement of the pool, where would be good space, and then also if that doesn't work, then I'll maybe investigate into some options, maybe off campus, and potentially buying some parcels of land or something. But Torrance Aquatic Center, I guess they had to actually buy non-district land, or it wasn't related to the school, or what, it was separate. So they do have that option also, but I just wanted to give you that update, and thank you again so much for your time. And I appreciate, after watching everything tonight, I appreciate the responsibility and the burden that you guys have taken on with practicing discernment and making decisions for our kids and ultimately our future. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Carla B. Santa Cruz.
Good evening. I haven't been here for a while. My name is Carla Santa Cruz. I'm formerly known as Carla Herrera. I'm a retired ABC teacher. I'm a lifelong bilingual biliteracy educator and a lifelong learner. I'm also a parent and a grandparent of a child in ABC, and I've lived and worked across the district since 1974. I've mostly taught in Hawaiian Gardens. I've worked at the district office, and I've lived in Cerritos since 1985 in what's now known as Area 2. And for 50 years, I've had a vested interest. But really the first reason I came was because I wanted to congratulate Dr. Gina Zilo, as our new superintendent. I'm really happy and feel supported that we have district administrators that support us, that know our district, that have our families, our teachers, our students, and all the other administrators that have been joined this year. As a lifelong learner, I read last month's minutes from the board, and I was very happy to read about last month's recognition of Filipino History Month and learn about the leaders within our district. I appreciate the prior month for Hispanic and Latino History Month, and I appreciate this month for Native American recognition. Our students thrive when they see themselves in literature and as their teachers and administrators as role models. What respected leaders say also counts and impacts. I try to presume positive intentions. I'm a lifelong learner and also a lifelong educator, so I'm going to take a teachable moment. I know that there have been some comments that I'm hoping were not intended to be hurtful. Recognizing specific groups by highlighting in a month is a nice gesture, but let's try to go deeper in understanding. And as an example, I received a save the date postcard from my goddaughter's family's quinceañera that will take place not until next year. My goddaughter is an assistant principal in another district. So I would like to share that the quinceañera is more than a one-day event. It's a bringing together of the wisdom of family from past generations to share the coming of age of a young adult with love and aspirations for the future. Some people in our family will come from Michoacan, Mexico, to this family reunion that is very meaningful to us. For almost 40 years, I proudly represented this district as a teacher and EL program, multilingual program specialist at schools, counties, states, and 5 times in Kakamigahara, Japan. Now I'm asking you to represent our teachers, our families, with respect for our linguistic and cultural backgrounds. If parents and families have questions and concerns, there are procedures to communicate with teachers and to become involved. Instead of encouraging parents to select home teaching over public schools, especially after the pandemic, I invite families to participate on committees to give their voice and meet with their teachers, students, and programs. Let's have an aspirational approach to build and continue excellence in ABC. Let's provide accurate information and work together as a community. I'd also like to add that I have served on many state educational committees. Most recently, I was on the IQC, which is the Instructional Quality Commission that provides advice and guidance to the State Board of Education on matters of textbook adoption and curriculum and instruction. Sacramento is not our enemy. The state curriculum is not written by government officials. It is written by a committee of practitioners, majority of teachers, with multiple avenues for public comment. Our district leaders have had a positive impact. And I would like to say that I'll see you again. I enjoy giving input here on State Board Education, and I'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other public comment.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. Moving on to the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Seconded by Noyola.
Is there anyone that wishes to remove an item or ask a question about an item?
Yes, 3.1.
Clerk Nishii.
3.1. Quickly regarding 3.1 service for this particular program, it has a certain amount of cost. How many performers are there? I need to ask for the taxpayers because it's not cheap. It's a 150-minute program, but how many people are going to be performing? How big is the audience expected to be? Can I get some details?
You're referring to item number 2 of 3.1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this is typically the holiday event that includes families, parents. I have been at that event. It's pretty much an open door for families to come. Last time, I believe there was about 150 to 200 families present. I don't have specific to the number of presenters, although in the past I've seen as many as 5 on the stage that are very interactive with students and with the families. So that's the information I can provide you at this time. I can gather more detail for you for Thursday notes if you like.
And so it's not just one presentation for 50 minutes for that particular price tag, but it's a lot of preparation in advance, and it's these 5 people, but I'm sure they have some support as well.
Yes, it's a very popular event with our parent groups, specifically our migrant ed families, because it's in multiple languages. It's in Spanish and English, and it's an opportunity for parent engagement. And the coordinators of the program do a lot of pre-work with our students, as well as with our families, and trying to make sure that they know about this Saturday program and have strong attendance particular to this event.
And so the 5 people that do the presentation, they have certain credentials as well, right?
Correct. This is these are performers that have been doing the Salsana LLC. 123 Andres has been not only working in the migrant ed program, but they are strongly recommended by the LA County Office of Education, particularly to work with our migrant families.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, perfect timing. I recommend we take a 9-minute break. Does anyone want to make a motion before that to extend?
If I may, can we do the action item? I think we have some community members that we've asked to be very patient in the audience. If we can approve that and then go on to the items, I would really appreciate that, I think.
Okay, I was just wondering if we could get that done in 9 minutes, but we'll try. 1.4A, may I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to the board advisory committees?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Rios.
Thank you. So I will make it quick. Mrs. Mendoza could not be here today, but she is my appointment for the ad hoc committee for schools and facilities. Mrs. Mendoza is a longtime educator. She is a longtime parent with kids who are and have gone through the ABC School District. And she recently served on our board and was a strong advocate for students. So I like to recommend her to sit on this committee. This committee will have a member who will be well-equipped to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, board member, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, President Beach. I will be making an appointment to the Declining Enrollment and Facilities Committee. My recommendation is Mariana Rios. Mariana Rios is a longtime educator and a former council member and mayor of the city of Hawaiian Gardens. She has been a leader in our community. She knows our community very well, and she's been a voice for everybody, and she's given me the voice, so I just want to share that voice back with her. And I think she would be a great advocate for our students in our schools, and she's also a pretty good big sister. Oh, I think she is in the audience.
Yeah. Ms. Rios, please come forward. Welcome. Would you like to say a few words?
Just it's an honor to be here. I haven't been in this medium for a while. So sitting there in the audience and taking advantage of many public comments on both sides was very interesting. And however, I do have a job tomorrow. I am a teacher, so I would be privileged to represent Hawaiian Gardens in this particular ad hoc committee. And obviously, the whole district. I am a product of ABC. I did go to Hawaiian. Killingsworth, that ages me, which is now Fetty, and Artesia High School. And I must say that when I took the CBEST to become a teacher, all I could say afterwards, because I passed it the first time, was Artesia gave me a quality education. So that was amazing. Other than that, if you have a question for me, please let me know. And I'm just thrilled to serve. Thank you, Francisco.
Thank you very much.
Just to add that she's an amazing tia, aunt, and can count up to almost, I think we're at 8 nephews and nieces throughout the district from both ends. So I think she'll be an excellent member of this committee. Thank you for your volunteer and your service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ray Guerre, who's going to be appointed to the Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory Committee. Ray, would you like to say a few words? Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll entertain a motion.
It's already been moved. Second.
Okay.
We're ready to move, vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay. Before the break, does anyone want to make a motion to extend?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to extend no more than 1 hour.
Okay, so to 11:30. Is there a second?
Second by Noyola.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We'll be on break till, we need 5 minutes or 10?
5.
Okay, back at 10:30. Action item 1.5A. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2311, Student Learning and Achievement, acknowledging that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District supports student learning and achievement?
So moved, Nishi.
Join your second.
All right. This is my last full meeting as president, and I've been reflecting on what's important. To me, number one is student learning and achievement. I was inspired by the ABCFT retiree chapter to put this resolution together. I'm hoping it's an annual resolution to focus the board on our children and be presented in January after reorganizations or new board members come on the board. All of these whereases are in our current board policy, so please bear with me. I'm going to read this as fast as I can. Resolution 2311, supporting student learning and achievement. Whereas the governing board should keep the education of children and youth above any partisan principle, group interest, or personal interest, and shall make every effort to maintain a safe, positive school environment and student services that promote student welfare and academic achievement. And whereas the governing board believes that the education of the district students is a shared responsibility and recognize that parents and guardians of the district students have certain rights as well as responsibilities related to the education of their children, and parents guardians shall have the opportunity to work with schools in a mutually supportive and respectful partnership and to help their children succeed in school. Whereas the governing board recognizes that parents guardians are their children's first and most influential teachers, and that sustained parent, guardian, and family engagement is in the education of their children contributes greatly to student achievement and a positive school environment. And whereas the governing board desires to provide an orderly, caring, safe, and positive school environment conducive to student learning and to prepare students for responsible citizenship by fostering self-discipline and personal responsibility through high expectations for student behavior, use of effective school and classroom management strategies, and parent involvement. And whereas the governing board encourages staff to teach students the meaning of equality, human dignity, and mutual respect by employing cooperative learning strategies that foster positive interactions in the classroom among students from diverse backgrounds, and is committed to the provision of a balanced curriculum by all schools, based upon the state model curriculum, standards and guidelines, and utilizing an integrated, multidisciplinary approach to instruction combining learning from a broad variety of subjects wherever feasible. And whereas the governing board recognized that democracy is based on the concept of a citizenry that is informed and concerned about matters of civic importance, and that in training young people to become effective citizens in our democracy, public schools have the obligation to develop in students the ability to gain information about public issues, to evaluate facts, and to express themselves through discussion, and that discussion of vital current public issues is an important part of the education of youth for effective citizenship in our country. Although vital current public issues often entail an element of controversy, the board affirms the obligation of educators to prevent such issues and the professional responsibility of educators to distinguish between teaching and advocating, to refrain from using classroom prestige to promote partisan or sectarian viewpoints, and that educators should help students find academically sourced facts so that they learn to think clearly in arriving at tentative conclusions about these facts. And whereas the governing board recognized that academic freedom includes both freedom and responsibility in teaching and freedom in learning, that both students and the teachers have certain rights and privileges in the common search for truth and in sharing of truth when found, and that both are entitled to an educational climate in which a free movement of ideas can exist within the limits of responsibility and law, the assigned subject area, the bounds of decency, and the mental maturity of pupils. And whereas the governing board believes that free inquiry and exchange of ideas are an essential part of a democratic education and respects the rights of students to express ideas and opinions, take stands on issues, and supports causes, even when such speech is controversial or unpopular. However, students are prohibited from making any expressions or disturbing of posting any materials that are obscene, libelous, slanderous, or so incite students as to create a clear and present danger of the commission of unlawful acts on school premises, the violation of school rules, or substantial disruption of the school's orderly operation. And whereas the governing board recognizes the district's obligation to provide overall accessibility to district programs and facilities for differently abled persons, for non-English speaking persons, and for foster or homeless youth, while supporting that the district will take action to ensure that no one is denied admission to or participation in district programs and facilities as a result of a disability, family situation, or because they do not speak English. And whereas the governing board is committed to the philosophy that educational programs offered in the district will meet the individual needs of the students to be served and affirms the right of every student to be protected from hate-motivated behavior, as the intent of the board is to promote the harmonious relationships that enable students to gain a true understanding of the civil rights and social responsibilities of people in our society. And whereas the governing board has established a Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee to ensure that all generations are taught about social fairness and diversity, and to highlight that we are a diverse community that needs to work together because we don't all start from the same place. And whereas the governing board prohibits at any district school or school activity discrimination targeted at any student by anyone based on the student's actual or perceived race, color, ancestry, nationality, national origin, immigration status, ethnic group identification, age, ethnicity, religion, marital status, pregnancy, parental status, physical or mental disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, gender expression, or genetic information or association with a person or group with one or more of these actual or perceived characteristics. And whereas the governing board is committed to providing all students with an education that will prepare them to be college-ready, productive citizens, and engaged in their community by ensuring that all students have access to a rigorous, high-quality curriculum and challenging courses. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District supports student learning and achievement. Okay. I will see if there's any public comments.
Yes, Dr. Christine Valenciana, followed by Pat Alviso and Sylvia Rodriguez.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Christine Valenciana, Associate Professor Emeritus in the Department of Elementary and Bilingual Education at California State University. I'm also the historian for the ABC Federation of Teachers Retirees. I'm here to speak about Resolution 2311, which Brad just read. Thank you, Brad. I'm going to take a quote from the resolution to begin what I'm going to say. Adverse remarks about a person's race, history, ethnic group identification, religion, color, natural origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. These words are a new beginning to honor policies that have been in place here in ABC Unified in public education in California for decades. Policies to respect all students, parents, community members, employees, regardless of their racial, ethnic, or language identity. As a former young tenured teacher here in ABC Unified, I've been particularly unhappy at very hateful, racist microaggressions made in a public venue right within ABC geographic area, at a media interview, and right here in this very room. And other community members have been very concerned about that also. I watch board meetings on YouTube because I live in Diamond Bar. I'm glad I'm here tonight. I read articles. I talk to community members about activities here in ABC Unified, and more importantly, the students. Many of us know that racism is alive and well in our society. Our society is very uncomfortable even mentioning the word racism. Most of us don't understand the complexity of racism. So tonight, I'm going to speak about microaggressions in ABC, which caught my attention and that of many others. So what are microaggressions? Well, microaggressions are often disrespectful statements made with little thought to their meaning related to race, ethnicity, language, gender, and so on. And here are some examples that have occurred right here in ABC. We had a board member verbally use microaggressions in a public venue, at a board meeting, and in at least one media interview. And I quote, "Families need to stop spending money on vacations and spend money on tutoring." The ethnic group referred to is a community of families whose first priority is God and family. I'll share a couple more. Holiness, young people, you should work with your peers on the drug problem. Latino students are not the only community who have a problem with drugs. Another quote, "We need to get over the slavery thing. Slavery is an uncomfortable yet factual part of our history, and it's something that's not to be ignored. This is particularly disrespectful to Black Americans in ABC Unified." So, I'm a teacher, professor. What's the solution? Well, my expectations are really quite simple. Let's stop these hateful racial microaggressions in language immediately. That's easy.
1 minute.
My expectations are also that board members will take a stand immediately when they hear these comments, anywhere, from anyone in ABC, including board members. My expectations are that board members will set a respectful tone, non-racist comments. I've had the pleasure of meeting with several of you, and you're leaders, and you're positive leaders, and I want you to continue being so, because I know that's what you want. I have the same expectation as a beginning teacher when I came here years ago, and my expectation was that the board members have the respect all students, all employees, all parents, all community members, regardless of whoever they are, so that we have an even better inclusive community. Thank you.
Pat Alviso.
Good evening, Pat Alviso. I'm here with the ABC Federation of Teachers Retiree Chapter. And congratulations, Superintendent Zietlow. President Brad Beach, Board President Brad Beach, thank you for working with our Retirees Chapter on an issue that has been dear to our hearts that we've struggled with for over 2 years. I taught in this district almost 40 years, and what I've seen in the last 2 years was heartbreaking to see so much of the work we did when we came in as young teachers, hopeful that we could make the changes that we did make. In just the last 2 years, I've seen a horrible thing happen because of some comments that have been made, which I'll talk about in a second, and have turned the board into partisan politics. The damage and the hurt that this has done to our district and inflicted on our students is going to take a long time to heal. So, President Brad Beach, you have shown real leadership, in my opinion and in our opinion, by listening to our comments, to collaborating with us and other board members that have worked with us on this issue for quite a while now, and providing our district with an important document that we hope will stop the bleeding and put an end to this shameful chapter in our district that even allowed some racist comments and for other board members to turn the other way and pretend they didn't hear it. So today we hope that this will be the beginning of the end. Okay, it's not exactly the document that we wanted, so it's not appropriate right now, we think, to line up in our silos if that's what people want to do. We see it as a fair and important first step in the right direction. So ABC Unified School District trustees, we urge you to be on the right side of history tonight, to sign on to this important document so that we can all get on back to the business that you are all elected to do, which is to make our students' education a top priority. Thank you very much for this work.
Sylvia Rodriguez, followed by Julian Menard and Harvey Hoyo.
Harvey left.
Oh.
Good evening, Superintendent Zittle, President Beach, and the rest of the board, but I really want to thank this lady at the end, Danielle, who always helps me so much, and I never hear acknowledgement. So tonight, I'm acknowledging you. Every time I email you, you always answer immediately, even if my questions are kind of silly and I'm confused, but you do a great job, so thank you. My name is Sylvia Rodriguez. I taught elementary school at ABCUSD for 20 plus years. I'm a member of ABCFT, American Federation of Teachers, 2317 retiree chapter. I happen to be the president of the chapter. I'd like to speak about action item 1.5A, resolution 23-11, entitled Student Learning and Achievement. I'd like to first thank President Beach for initiating this resolution, which supports the ABCUSD community, which is what we're here for. Thank you, sir, for a job well done. And thank you for meeting with us so many times. All organizations, including our very own, have measures, oaths, pledges, and resolutions which take under consideration a code of conduct. I do understand that there's a board policy guided by the Department of Education Ed Codes, which delineates what is in this resolution. However, these Ed Codes are very rarely ever mentioned as a reminder. I do understand that every time a board member is sworn in, that individual takes an oath, usually by raising his or her right hand, to uphold these codes. I'm glad to see in this resolution these words, and it's the paragraph next to the last one, which I'm not going to repeat because you read it and Christine read it, so I'm not going to read it again. It is a very strong paragraph for all of us to really look at and meditate about. It's very important and it's very serious. And I saw many people here tonight being very serious about an issue. And the mental health of our community, it's about respect. It's about taking this first step to respect everyone regardless. Although I feel that the document is long overdue, it troubles me, it concerns me that in 2023 there needs to be a reminder to be this inclusive. By the trustees signing this, it'll show that they respect the community which elected them, and the focus, the task at hand, is the education of students without any partisan politics. Once again, thank you, President Beach, for your work. Well done. And I just want to make one last comment. Yesterday I learned that this is Retired Teacher Week. And and a few have left, but I want all the retired teachers, please stand up so we can give you a round of applause. And thank you for all the work you did. Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Julian Menard, Harvey Hoyo, and Sandra Navarez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Menard. I am a member of the ABCFT retiree chapter. I taught at what was Fay Ross Middle School. I may have had your parents in class, for that matter. I taught reading and speech, and I was here from October 69 to January 78. And then I left to work for the State Teachers Union, for the one that ABCFT is connected with. So why am I here tonight? Well, I want to thank you for your service. I have some idea of the time and everything that goes into this and the care. I'm here tonight because I still feel this is my school district. I may have left 45 years ago, but a lot of my longtime friends, a number of them are right over there, I feel I still have ties to this school district. I basically grew up here. I'm also here. Well, I need to tell you something about me. I start here when I speak, and I sort of go around, and people think, oh God, where's she going? But it comes back, okay? So just trust me. Just hang with me for a couple of minutes. I want to tell you a little about my childhood. When I was 5, we moved from Minneapolis, from a lovely suburb right next to Minneapolis, St. Louis Park, to western South Dakota. And it was a cosmopolitan area in Minneapolis, and the town we moved to when we moved there, had 810 people. And it was the biggest town in 90 miles. I mean, we were proud of that. And by the time I graduated from high school, it was 1,100 people. And if you know Western U.S. history, which most of you do, you know the land had not long ago belonged to other people, to the Sioux Nation. We learned a little more about all that tonight. So we moved there in 1949. It was we were pretty recent immigrants to that area, people that looked like me. And what I learned there about racism was there were rules, and nobody told you what the rules were. But everybody knew the rules and expected you to learn them. And one of the rules was there was no mixing. In these little towns that were 20, 25 miles apart, everybody that lived in these little towns was white. And all the Native Americans lived on the reservations. Life was structured so we never crossed paths. We competed in speech and drama and athletics, all these things, but we were never in the same competitions. All the competitions that we were in were for these little white schools. So Ernie just gave me the sign. I got to move on this. Rarely did I hear an adult challenge another adult on this subject. If the subject of Native Americans came up, us kids, well, that's what we called ourselves, would hear comments like, goddamn Indians, lazy Indians. And that's the only input we had, except for the rare adult who stood up. I've heard my mom stand up one time. We were all in the basement of the church washing dishes after something, and she challenged a very racist comment from someone. And I remember how the room got really quiet, just like it is here. I can remember I felt both proud of her and scared for other people's reactions because I didn't know what they'd be. And I knew she'd stepped outside the rules, and I didn't know the consequences. So why am I here tonight? I'm here to ask you to be the best board members ever. Ever.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful district. And I'm asking you to step up to the challenge of this job, which I think you have, and run with it. And to challenge anybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, good evening. I thank the board for the opportunity to speak with you today. I have worked with many of the teachers there, team teaching, and during the time that we taught, it was a privilege to teach because it was a time of collaboration, a time of strong partnerships. And it was a time when teachers, parents, students, we all felt empowered. We were not touched by partisan politics at that time. So there was this unencumbered freedom to teach and to follow our passions. So I'd like to talk about the resolution, and I agree with Sylvia and some of the other speakers that it is a good beginning, but I know that a resolution does need to be modified from time to time. So please indulge me as I read this. As a retired educator, I am compelled to voice what I believe is happening here at ABC Unified School District and to public education. It is strategic, targeted, in some cases funded, and is a scaled attempt to destroy the ideals of equity, social justice, and inclusion in public schools. The resolution presented by the board tonight is only as effective as a responsive governing board. Without accountability in holding firmly to the resolution and in censoring improper behavior from within the school board, the resolution document is meaningless. However, I believe that it is a good beginning, and there is a lot that we can work with and that can be tweaked over time. As we've witnessed over time, a trustee has been sowing the seeds of distrust in our school system, challenging ABC School District from her seat of privilege, a position she is entrusted to honorably serve. Not only is she challenging the school district, but doing so unapologetically. She believes her position of power gives her the license to disparage defenseless students, their families, and communities. She believes she can wield her authority by making baseless accusations against educators regarding indecent instructional content claimed by planted speakers, some who do not live within the ABC school community. It is unconscionable to stir controversy regarding baseless claims like teaching pedophilia and pornography and conversion, sex conversion, and the list goes on, lying to parents, when in fact educators are painstakingly trying to do their job and adhere to state curriculum guidelines. Educators do not need the stress and drama. What they need is our respect. This trustee has done a great disservice to the ABC Unified School District community by tipping the partnership balance of a district formally esteemed for its innovation, professional collaboration and partnerships, harmonious working relationships, and mutual respect. Unfortunately, what we now have is polarization, distraction, and distress. Sadly, ABC students lose when the focus is not on rigorous academics, when the working climate for educators grows more uncertain and oppressive by partisan politics. If the board is serious about correcting the wrong, and doing what is right for students, they ought to think about passing a board policy which holds them firmly to the proposed resolution embedded with stronger language as suggested and written in the pledge proposed by the retiree educators. Many educators believe in equity, inclusiveness, and social justice, and when school districts allow educators to teach in accordance to these guidelines and principles, which are California state policies, both educators and students thrive.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That appears to conclude public comments.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board if there's any discussion. Seeing none, I'd just like to say that I hope this resolution is seen in a positive way It was my goal to have this for the board and new board members that come in to focus them on what's really important, student learning and achievement. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.6A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2312, National Native American Heritage Month in the month of November 2023?
Moved by Noyola.
Yang, second.
Okay, if we could please start with Dr. Rios with the first whereas.
Thank you. Resolution 23-12, Native American Heritage Month. Whereas National Native American Heritage Month celebrates and recognizes the indigenous people who were the original inhabitants of what is now the United States. People of Native American heritage have played a central role in the history of the United States, and
Whereas in 1976, U.S. President Gerald Ford proclaimed November 10th through 16th as Native American Awareness Week, and in 1986, the U.S. Congress authorized and requested the U.S. President to proclaim the week of November 23rd and 30th, 1986 as American Indian Week, and
Whereas, beginning in 1990, the month of November was designated as National American Indian Heritage Month, and the proclamation of U.S. President George H.W. Bush in 1990 acknowledged that indigenous peoples developed rich, thriving cultures as well as their own systems of social order before contact with European settlers, and endorsed self-determination for indigenous peoples by reaffirming support for increased Indian control over tribal government affairs. And
Whereas U.S. President Barack Obama designated each November as National Native American Heritage Month, so from November 1st to 30th, 2023, the United States celebrates National Native American Heritage Month. And
Whereas the ABC Unified School District is located in Los Angeles County, which was land sacred to the Native Californians, including the Tongva, Kootenai, and Kish peoples, and
Whereas the ABC Unified School District affirms that Native American students, families, staff, and community members should be valued for all aspects of their identity, and that education is a necessary component for creating a more equitable and anti-racist community, nation, and world. And whereas the ABC Unified School District wants to acknowledge these Americans for their contributions to government, industry, commerce, agriculture, science, literature, and the arts, and now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District celebrates National Native American Heritage Month in the month of November 2023. Okay, do we have any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And I'm going to keep moving fast, board, because 25 minutes. May I have a motion for 2.2A to Memorandum of Understanding between the Board of Education and the ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, regarding health and welfare benefits for the 23-24 school year.
second by Noyola.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 2.3A, may I have a motion to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between the Board of Education and the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24 regarding health and welfare benefits for the 23-24 school year?
So moved.
Yang, second.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. May I have a motion to approve tentative agreement with non-representative employee groups for the health and welfare benefits for the 23-24 school year?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Noyola.
Any public comment?
No.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.9A, may I have a motion to approve the request to contract with Renaissance Learning, Inc. to provide the EDU Climber? EduClimber, student information software application to monitor student progress in grades TK through 12 and professional learning for district and school staff for the 23 through 26 school year.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Noyola.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. I present this item as part of the initiatives that we have in academic services to support students with on-time supports. This is part of our MTSS process to make sure that we are tracking student data and pulling together all the information to help our students be successful.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nashii.
Yes, thank you. So this item is $285,000. What other firms were contacted in relation to this particular bid? Contacted.
We have listed here Aries and Beyond SST. Those companies we have contacted, but their program is not equitable or the same as the Renaissance Learning EduClimber.
Okay, so do they provide a written proposal
We do have proposals, yes.
from those companies?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Dr. Rios.
So is this progress monitoring that's going to be given to specific students, and how many times per year?
This is an ongoing progress monitoring. So what it does is that all of our student system information, it speaks directly with Aries, and then it also works closely with our Renaissance Star program. So it'll be consistently pulling in information, including attendance, so that when students have a need, it'll give the principal or the MTSS TOSA that we had discussed a signal that this student needs support, that will help allow us to call an SST meeting and then monitor and track. It also provides digital SST forms, notifies the team members involved, including the parents and the teacher. So it's a comprehensive program that's not just about data, it's about also the SST process and making sure that we're tracking those tiered interventions.
So this is going to flag students, basically?
No, this is going to be a tool where we can track and monitor their progress. Part of the flagging is to be able to make us aware of which students are struggling sooner than later.
So all students will be part of this?
Right.
Got
It
it.
speaks directly with our student information system to pull their information in.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.10A, may I have a motion to approve the request to contract with Maria C. Cuevaventura Balagtas, DDC, to provide ABC adult school students an approved radiation safety course, and a polishing course and sealant course for the 23-24 school year.
Moved by Noyola.
You have your second.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nashii.
Just that this is a good report. Thank you.
Wow. Fastest report ever. Thank you.
Time.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.2A, may I have a motion to approve a contract amendment with the YMCA and AYA to authorize additional staffing and cost to ABC Excel's program as needed?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Noyola.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none? Oh, Clerk Nish.
I just want to say that all my questions were answered satisfactorily prior to the meeting, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.3A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1632 Concrete to Scott Mashin, DBA DJM Concrete Construction as lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the 23-24 school year with an option to renew annually for 4 additional years.
Moved by Noyola.
Eugenio, second.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nashii.
Yes, so this is a good bid, I'm sure, but there's a pretty big difference between the first and second place bid. Why such a big discrepancy? Typically, it's 20% if they understood the bid.
DJM has been working with us. They know the district. Classic is a brand new firm. We've never heard of them, so we assume that they knew to school districts works or construction, so we have never worked or heard of them before.
Yeah, because they bid 3 times the winning bid, which I like the cheaper bid, but
Correct.
I just don't know if they understood what it was they're bidding on.
We have worked with DJM and we have a track record with them.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.4A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1630 for music instruments to Bertrand's Music, Music and Arts, and Nick Rail Music as lowest responsive and responsible bidders.
Moved by Noyola.
Eugenio, second.
Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nashii.
Really quick, I don't notice that any of these are local vendors. Did any local vendors bid?
Actually, these are the vendors we have worked with before. So the local vendors, we send it out to everyone So I would have to get the bid records on those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. May I have a motion to approve the contract with the France Law Group to participate in litigation with other school districts against Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, and other various subsidiaries or affiliates?
Moved by Noyola.
Second, Nishi.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Beach. The board has authorized in the past litigations against Jewel and Altria with regard to the vaping issue, and France Group was part of that and was able to successfully settle with the defendants for $1.2 billion for all school districts and about $600,000 for ABC. The same group now, we want to be part of our school districts to participate in litigations against the firms that mentioned here, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, because of the impact they have, the negative impact of our students regarding mental health, depressions, anxiety, and all of that. So there's no cost to the district unless there's recovery, and depends on the timeline of recovery. It could be 25% of the recovery or 30%, not to exceed. But if there's no recovery, then there's no cost to the district. So that's our recommendation, is to participate with other school district in this litigation.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Back to the board. Clerk Nishii.
Yes, thank you. I want to commend staff for doing an excellent job of looking out for all revenue sources for us. Previous one was successful, so I presume that this one will have a good chance because they have experience. So thank you, staff, for going through this. That's it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Board member reports. Dr. Yuenyo.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we approach the season of Thanksgiving, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the residents and parents who voted me into this position 3 years ago. Your trust in me to be your representative has been one of my greatest honors of my life. I hold the oath I swore 3 years ago sacred to my heart, because I love the people of this district, and I work for the people of this district that I was raised in. To trust a little guy and place him in such a prestigious position is a telling tale that anything is possible, and I will do my best to serve you the remainder of my term. I would also like to honor our veterans and those currently serving as we approach Veterans Day this November 11th. Veterans and those in uniform tend to give their best, serve nobly, give much to preserve and defend all that we hold dear. The dream of a nation where freedom will endure would still only be a dream if not for their selfless service. This sacred responsibility to keep the dream alive belongs not only to women and men in uniform. All who are blessed with our nation's legacy have a duty to preserve and defend it. Freedom has endured thus far through the work and prayers of centuries, and that's how it will continue. That work surely includes standing up for freedom and taking seriously our shared civic duty. It must include shunning contention, respecting and valuing others, listening to and learning from those different from us, and simply being neighborly and kind. If we can do that, then perhaps someday our children and grandchildren will read about us and feel grateful and inspired. Grateful for the legacy we've passed along and inspired to preserve it for another generation. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Enjoy your break, and may God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you, Doctor. Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really quickly, I went to Coffee at Elliott, Kennedy Head Start program. It's kind of nice to see that place because I remember when it was being built, and there was a lot of issues regarding that, and our district listened to the community, and we adapted, and we made a beautiful place for the kids to understand and learn. And we made it safer for the kids, so that's really important. Got to judge legislation in Pasadena for future leaders about mental health, and they proposed legislation about sustainability, equity, and education. A little bit naive, but from these future leaders will come something. I really have hope for this. Went to Diwali, that was always fun. It's great food, great people, great parents working hard. Optimist Club, I won, so that was great. And everybody who has a chance, you should join Optimus because these guys help out our kids. They specifically, their mission is to help. So help the Optimists. Most of the money that you put into that charity will go directly to the services for everyone out here. They do a speech contest. They do a district track meet. This person over here, she actually takes score, and she takes a very good job of it, or at least she does all the scoring. This person here, our esteemed Dr. Zietlow. Chinese school was great. They had a festival, and also great food. Gar Invitational, great leader. Mr. Loney is amazing. That was the biggest piece of meatball I've ever seen. I mean, he went big, and it's like they're pushing this big meatball up, spaghetti and everything else like that. Tuna Canyon Detention Station, first place winner, Beverly Osagi. His first young black scholar to win this particular award. And I tell everybody this because it's really part of our ethnic studies curriculum where we make everything consistent and we do everything together in terms of making people understand that justice is very important, that these are our future leaders. They will make a difference. They will stop the situation where my mom, at 4 years old, was put in jail for no reason. And so hopefully these people will go forward and make sure that never happens again. Anti-Semitism is on the increase in our community. 40%, highest rate in LA County ever. 60% of the religious crime happens against Jewish people, despite the fact that they're 2% of the population. This is before October 7th. So I'm hoping that we can address that also in our community as well and have speakers that still can speak of that experience and empathize with Holocaust. And understand that we can't allow something like that to ever happen again. We are 99.9% genetically similar. There is no reason for us to be making a difference and fighting other people like that. And, you know, before that 1% difference has been subject to major attack, right? We've had the Japanese attacked. We've had Jewish people attacked. We've had people who are gay attacked for their just being who they are. 1%, that's not even 1%, 0.1% of this genetic diversity. I'm hopeful that this next generation will make that 1% where we understand that diversity is our power, our strength, and our community. Thank you, Mr. President. That is all.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
Yeah, the only thing that I want to end with today is to join my colleagues in giving our deepest condolences to the family of the student at Cerritos High School. The loss must be unimaginable. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, President Beach. I just want to keep it short. I just want to thank our retirees. It is National Teachers Retiree Week. I also want to thank our veterans, and also I'll give my deepest condolences to the family in the school. And just know that we, as ABC, we're here to support every student. So please reach out if you guys need that help. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Suyu.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to appreciate all the retired teachers who came out today, and you know, the resolution was very excellent, very well written, and it's good to see, you know, one of the member who we worked on the bond together, the BB bond, and I was known as the bond president, and I remember how difficult it was to support the bond as a Republican and as a conservative. But this is a nonpartisan. I did what was right, and I don't regret it, because before the pandemic, you know, what happened was we used the bond money to immediately, our first project was the security, the cameras, the gates, and everything, and then the bathrooms. It was necessary. I made decisions based on what is the best for the students. And just to let the public know that I'm not going to explain again, if you watch the December 2021 board meeting, I explained myself regarding the comments and the false accusations and the misunderstandings. I grew up in LA. I immigrated when I was 8 years old, so I'm an immigrant. I was a latchkey child, and I grew up fearing to go to school because we were bullied because we were fobs. So there were, you know, Chicano kids, and there were hardly any white in our school. So it was just a bunch of Korean kids who are all fobs. So we didn't speak English, so we were really bullied. I was kind of afraid to go to school at times. That's how I grew up, and I never denied racism because human heart is evil. We are fallen nature. So I experienced it firsthand, me and my sisters, and so I'm very multicultural. I speak 3 languages. And my lifelong goal was to become a missionary. Yeah. So I do want to clarify that I don't want anyone to be hurt and have a misunderstanding. That whole quinceañera was really out of context. It was really to help. We're talking about closing the economic gap. And one of the ways to close the economic gap is education, which all of you have given your life to. Yeah. And me too. My parents didn't even get a middle school education, but all the sisters have college education, right? That is, working hard. And just, just because I ran for the state assembly last year as a Republican does not make me a criminal. And I learned so much about California that we don't have 2 parties in California. It's one party. I mean, out of, 80 assembly members, 62 are Democrat, 40 senators, 32 are Democrat. Practically, it's just one party state. And that is really came to my conclusion that the Republican has a 0 to minute influence in the state level, in our community, in our schools, 0, nothing. And it's all the Democrat agendas and all that, which is, I'm not going to fight that. However, I do want you to understand that it's not the same party as 30 years ago. And it has become very partisan because the state is really mandating so many bills that are not healthy for children and family. And that is not something that I learned. It's not really district's fault. District is only complying with the law, and all of us are responsible for allowing what's happening in Sacramento. We're all responsible for the next generation. And I learned why all the bad bills passed. That's how I learned. I did my own investigation, and I was not really involved with politics. I didn't really know. I come from an immigrant family. This is all new. But one thing for sure is I would not run for state assembly again. I don't want to go into politics. Really learned that you cannot really make a difference as a conservative and a Republican in Sacramento. But what I can do is I can make a difference down here, educating the parents and the community. So that's my passion, and I don't want you to, have a misunderstanding. And I never deny any racism. It exists between not just the colors, but between the economic parties too, people who are wealthy and who are not, okay? I've been to everything and experienced it. So, I have such a endearing respect for educators and our district educators all around. It's not perfect. We still have room for improvement, but I have endearing respect. And it's okay. I hope that it's not a crime to have my own opinion. It's not a crime to have my religious freedom. It's not a crime to promote and advocate raising children according to your cultural and religious values. That's not a crime. I don't have to be and say the same things that everyone it's popular. I'm actually the only one advocating. I'm a minority of minority, right? But we don't need to hate. Please don't hate me just because I disagree, right? Because there's no need for hate, And I'm saying all this because it's just my value, and that's my conviction, my religious conviction, So, well, I am very thankful for the opportunity to serve on this board. So God bless you. Founding fathers set the tone of Thanksgiving to be thankful in all circumstances. So thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Okay. Well, like I mentioned earlier, this is my last meeting, and it's my hope that future board member reports can be about things we did in the district and not be partisan. and that we could also not use acronyms that might be offensive to some. I know you were speaking about yourself, but some people might not like to be called that, just for you to consider. Okay, announcements. Next regular meeting, Tuesday, December 5th at 7 p.m. Committee meetings, Diversity, Unity, and Equity meeting, November 13, 6 p.m. School Facilities and Declining Enrollment, November 15, 6 p.m. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, December 7, 6 p.m. Strategic Planning, Tuesday, January 23rd, 6 p.m. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, January 31, 6:30. Dates to remember, Veterans Day holiday, and I do want to say thank you to my dad, my wife, and all the veterans out there. November 10th is your special day. Enjoy. Fall break, November 20 through 22, and Thanksgiving holiday, November 23 through 24. Second public comment section, Clerk Nishii.
I do not see anybody submitted a card.
Okay, well, it's almost 11:30. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Good night, everybody.